Hi chat. Hello. Can y'all hear me? Of course, how's everyone's day today? I'm gonna have a very chill stream today, but unfortunately I don't have it set up quite yet. I'll probably set it on stream because unfortunately I was a little bit busy. So I'm going to have to do everything really quickly, but hopefully it'll be alright. But while I set everything up, why don't you guys tell me how's your day been? Would love to hear it. Oops. Oh god. The amount of colors on this tier list is not good. Okay, so I keep triggering my model on accident, but I forgot what triggers her. Oh my god. I'm so sorry chat. It's a bit of scuff today because I forgot what toggles my model. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to show the tier list now, just so you can get started on the stream. Let me know if the background music is too loud or anything as well, and then we can get started with the tier list. Okay, so here's the tier list that we have going on. It's the exact same tier list that I was using when we ranked every character, and I just got done with the tier list, the tiers themselves, and of course we have all the characters here like always. So we have the new Melodiera's characters here. I don't know if we're going to rank them or not, because obviously we don't know much about them, because yeah, we don't know much about them, so we probably won't rank them, but we may just for fun. So I think this tier list is quite self-explanatory. We have, and it just really, we're just judging them based on like if they have a significant other, how much of a red flag they would be. So this is, we need to think of their canon personalities. So there's obviously like there are people who are like, you know, good people, but they have some flaws to them. So I decided to give the tiers a bit more specific names, because it's gonna be a little bit more fun that way to put them into a more specific tier. So the first one is red alert, meaning obviously they're 100% red flag, do not get together with this person, that kind of vibe. Then the rest is self-explanatory. Yellow is literally 50-50, so it's like literally 50% red, 50% green. And then green all the way is, you know, these people don't have their what do you call it, they don't have anything bad about them. And even if their flaw is, even if they do have flaws, because everyone does have flaws, right? If their flaws are not enough to disqualify them as a green flag, they'll still go here, because these tiers are for like people who have flaws that are like kind of a bit inexcusable type, you know. So that's the whole premise of the tier list. Give me a second while I do something behind the scenes real quick, then we can get started on the tier list. Also, hi to everybody who just joined that stream, of course. This stream gonna be a little bit more chill than normal, because unfortunately I'm not feeling too well. So I don't plan on this stream being too long also. Hopefully we can get through it pretty quickly, but we'll never know. We'll go in order from the first time here. Okay. Okay, our first character is Eiichi Tenshoin. So there's not much people watching stream right now, so I'm actually going to just put them based on what I think. If any of you have an opinion, you can sound it off, but like I will definitely give my reasoning why I put people where, because you know it will definitely need some reasoning, right? So, but one thing that I will probably want to mention before everything is that my moderator and I have discussed that because when my mod who she is here, it's just that she's a bit quiet. But one thing I must reiterate again, which is something that is very important to me, and also it happened on my other channel with my co-director, my co-host Val, if you know who she is that it is not, if a rule is broken by anyone in chat 3 times, you will get removed from the stream. So I just want to just put it out there for everyone watching. Please follow the rules on both my solo channel and my collab channel with Val, which is called Ensemble Stars if you don't know. And just follow them, because it is getting a little bit concerning, and Val has spoken to me about this already, that if rules get broken too many times, we will have no choice but to remove people on stream that don't make it comfortable when we were hosting it. So I of course don't want to point out any names, because you know it can, due to respect for privacy and whatever, but please just follow the rules is what I have to say. But just to let whoever in chat know, if you do end up seeing yourself removed from the streams, you'll be removed from both channels at the same time. So if you break the rules on my channel, you'll also be removed from the streams on my collab channel with Val. If you break any rules over there, you'll be removed from my solo channel. I hope that is clear and simple. The description already has the rules clear as day, so please take the time to look at the rules, because this is not something that we tolerate. So I just need to put that out there, because we want the streams to be fun for everybody, okay? And of course, please listen to the moderators, because they are the ones that help us look at chat while we are not looking, okay? So just want to put that out there. All right, hopefully that's clear. But of course, do continue to enjoy yourselves. That's definitely the number one most important thing. But please try to make the stream like as smooth as possible for everyone else in chat and for the people hosting it as well, okay? I'm just gonna put that out there, okay? When it comes to Aichi, he is a person that has half likable traits and half not so likable traits. If you are in a relationship with Aichi Tenshoin, I feel like he would definitely be very nice to you, and I can tell that he would do everything in his power to make the relationship work, especially if he wants to he'll definitely be loyal. Everyone in this cast, I highly doubt any of them would cheat on their partner when they get one. So cheating is definitely not on the table for any of them. So that's a green flag for all of them immediately. But when it comes to Aichi, the unfortunate part is not in his character, but more of like his life situation. Because Aichi's personality, he is still a little bit of an impulsive person because of the living situation that he's in. So if let's say that, something were to, like, maybe like an argument or something, he may say things that he would regret. So it is more of like, if you would be able to handle that kind of response, especially if it's from a person that doesn't think before they say things. And I think Aichi is definitely one of those people. he doesn't do it intentionally, and I don't think he does it often, but he will definitely say things he might regret and even do things he might regret, which obviously basic era shows, right? So I mean, me personally, I'll put him in I would say he's right here. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see if there's like any comparison to be made for now. But I would say Eiichi goes in the 50-50 tier. Next is Wataru Hibiki. Okay. Wataru is a bit trickier because he has a much more dramatic personality compared to Eiichi. He will definitely try his best to make the relationship fun, for sure. And all in all, he's got a good head on his shoulders. He want nothing more than to make his boyfriend or girlfriend happy, and it will definitely be, he will definitely, you know, be like a person that you can definitely rely on, because it's like, if let's say I can picture if his partner, I was keep saying partner because obviously we don't know some of their gender preferences, but when it comes to Wataru, he hides his emotions, yes, but one thing he would do for sure, one thing I can definitely picture, is that if his partner were to call him like on the cell phone and be like, hey, I'm having a problem, can you help me with it or something, I can imagine Wataru dropping everything and getting on his helicopter and just flying over to wherever his partner is just to help him or her with their situation. And that's one thing I like about Wataru. He would definitely be... Hi Nova, hello. So I would say Wataru, he is definitely more of a green flag. Tatsumi the green forest. Yeah, we'll get to Tatsumi. Right, this green and red flag is in context of when they get a romantic partner. So I'm trying to like say my opinion before I put them anywhere. We'll get to Tatsumi, don't worry. So Wataru is definitely someone who is more of a green flag than a red, but he does have red flags also, because of the fact that, you know, Wataru is an eccentric guy. He's part of the eccentric five for a reason, and not everyone likes the eccentric personality, because there are some people who prefer a partner that they can rely on without the partner getting too crazy. So Wataru can be overwhelming for some people, I think. So if that is... Hi Ame, hello. So if that is the case, I would put Wataru in 60% green, 40% red, just for that, because he would... I would say he would go here, but unfortunately sometimes the eccentric trait is not for everyone, and some people actually don't like eccentric people. So if that's the case, we would have to put Wataru in 60% green, 40% red. When it comes to qualities of these characters, we'll probably have to look into some kind of we'll probably have to dig deeper into these characters when it comes to like their backstory, because obviously these characters' backstory is how they are partially shaped to who they are right now. So obviously their backstory does play a part, but what we're trying to judge here is their current personality, which is their personality in music era. So if they have very big character growth from basic to music, where it's like completely different, we are only counting their music era personalities. You wanna know who's in red here? Most of the stream is just me setting it up, so it's so far only Eiichi and Wataru ranked. No one else is ranked yet, so don't worry. We are going in the order we see them in the game. He hides a lot of stuff behind just the persona. Yeah, definitely. Wataru will hide his feelings as well. That's another red flag about him. So 60% green, 40% red, I think is a good place for him. Okay. When it comes to... Okay, next is Tori Himemiya. Unfortunately, I would say Tori goes in more red than green. The reasoning is because as much as you can sort of rely on Tori to be there for you, and you know that he can support himself to a certain extent because he is a hardworking person, you cannot really rely on him when it comes to emotional support. Because even if he has other people's good intention at heart, Tori doesn't convey his words that well. He will always somehow, intentionally or not, he will always somehow make his phrasing point to himself and make it compliment himself, if that makes sense. And considering that, you know, Yuzuru is his butler and everything, Tori probably doesn't have as many life skills as some of the other people have. So he has not really been through obviously Tori has his own hardships, right? But as compared to like someone, I don't want to say like comparing to someone too drastic, but if you compare him to like, let's say Mika, I guess Mika is a very big extreme, but I would say that in terms of like their mentality, the emotional support, you can rely on Mika more than Tori. And I think whether his intentions are good or not, even though we can only assume they're good, Tori, a part of being a green flag is also in the way you communicate with your partner. So if your strength doesn't fall on communication, that will definitely have points docked off from how much of a green or red flag you are. So because communication is very important in a relationship, and if you are not good at communicating, then it's not going to be a very good thing. So Tori is definitely leaning more towards red for me. The question is he 60% red or 75% red? Because I have two tiers for... He's not 100% red. Because Tori does have good traits about him. So is he 75% red or 60% red is the question. You guys can sound off your opinion, because I already said what I wanted to. For those of you who are not in the stream prior, like when I started, we do have Melodiras here. The person who made this tier list updated the cast, so we do have Melodiras here now. And honestly, for the funsies, I have decided we should rank them based on what we know. It'll be fun, I think. Considering his character's development, you're thinking more towards 60% red. You see Anzu? Yes. We'll probably be ranking everybody on this tier list. Even Mademoiselle, probably. We'll see. It'll make it fun. Tori does have good character development, so I'll say he's 60% red too. Yeah, I agree with Emmy on this one. Okay, next is Yuzuru. Okay. Yuzuru, when it comes to like his base character, Yuzuru is a guy with a very good heart, of course. I'm pretty sure he will always want things to go very calmly, very smoothly. Of course, he can get, you know, quite stressed out at times because, you know, Tori is, you know, his master. But I would say Yuzuru is relatively more of a green flag. And the reasoning is because he has a lot of skills. A lot of skills. Not just the basic life stuff, but the... Yuzuru is open to try new things. Especially with the drawing thing with Midori. that part is one of the cutest things about Yuzuru that I absolutely love. And, you know, even though the things he's not that good at, you know, it's clear that he's putting in effort. You can see the effort put in. I think that is one thing he'll definitely put in when he gets a partner. And I think that's something that is also very important to have. Right. He's a big green flag, he is. Now, the only problem that I see with Yuzuru is the unfortunate part that he is still serving Tori. So at the end of the day, although he holds his partner to a very high regard, I'm pretty sure Tori will forever remain his #1 priority. If he continues to serve Tori throughout the rest of his life, right? That's what I think. So, though it's not really a green flag, though it's not really a red flag on Yuzuru himself, the situation he's in does kind of make him fall back a little bit, I think. And also, we cannot forget about the amount of hardship he had to go through child army with Ibarra. So obviously those things may give, he obviously came out of it, you know, very proper and very, like, you know, composed and stuff. But you can tell Yuzuru has like a little bit of his own mental problems that he's struggling to deal with, especially when he carries himself forwards in conversation. You can kind of tell that he is holding back some things, which is kind of a bit of a concern when it comes to that aspect of it. So I am hesitating to put him in 100% green. So what do you guys think? Does he go in 75% green, 100% green, or if you think he's more of a red flag, 60% green? %, 75% green. Okay. Okay. They were all in an agreement chat. So next we have Hokuto. Now Hokuto, he in himself again has the right mindset, is a good guy, generally very caring, very kind. Of course, he has his own family issues, right? Which can kind of hinder in the way he communicates with his partner. And there is a chance that he may not want his partner to meet his dad. I don't know if his issues with his father go to that extent. Maybe not. But if it does, it will kind of like, not say put a hinder in their relationship, but it's more of like his partner may think that Hokuto doesn't trust them meeting up with his father, even though it's not his partner's wrongdoing or anything like that. So there is a chance for misunderstanding to happen. And due to Hokuto's own character, I can see him misunderstanding things his partner says a lot. Maybe not super, like, not like to a super amount, but it's definitely enough to where arguments that don't even need to happen just happen due to misunderstanding. So I think in terms of Hokuto, although, you know, he does carry himself forward very well, unfortunately because of like his own self-consciousness and his own issues with his family that he has to deal with, and his personality as a whole, where he is an overthinker, it will lead to misunderstanding, which is probably his biggest flaw in terms of a relationship. I mean, that is my opinion, going by what I know of Hokuto. He'll 100% introduce his partner to his grandmother. That's a definite, I would say. But in other contexts, it will probably be difficult for Hokuto to express how he feels to his partner, because one scenario I can think of that he would have is Hokuto finding out that his partner has a habit that he doesn't like, but instead of going up to them and like telling them about it, he would bottle up his emotions. And bottling up your emotions is, you know, something you should never do in a relationship, especially if you want the relationship to go far. So you guys can sound off your opinion in the chat right now. How you feel? Where do you think Hokuto should go? And if you can, it'll be great if you can provide reasoning as well. For me, he goes into 75% green or 60% green, because even if the red flag doesn't fall on Hokuto himself, again, the miscommunication would be very bad for the miscommunication would be very bad for, like, you know, people who you know, rely on communication to I mean, communication is you know, important for a relationship to thrive, right? So you will definitely need to be not necessarily good at communication, but you need to be good at communicating with your specific partner, you know? So, hi Kino, hello! Don't worry, it's okay. Most of the start of the stream is me explaining something to chat. So you're not late, don't worry. We only finished ranking Fine. So, but a bit, okay. Yeah, he's kind of green, but he has red flags that kind of hinder him down some pegs, you know? So, I would say Hokuto is 60% green, 40% red. But it's not from his own, but it's not due to like him like treating his partner badly. It's more of like how rocky the relationship will be versus how stable it is. So I would say that I would say he's more 60% and 40% because of the fact that, you know, since relationships thrive on communication so much, and that is one of Hokuto's weak points, I think it will probably be a little bit difficult, especially if Hokuto's partner is just as much of an overthinker as he is, which will make the relationship even more unstable. So, and that's the point to be made, where, like, you know, you should find a partner that can balance out your own flaws so that, you know, you can thrive together, that kind of vibe. So of course, if there's any objections to any of these guys, wherever I put them, just let me know, okay? Next is Subaru. Subaru, I cannot really think of a flaw, if that makes sense. Like, everything you need in a basic relationship, on the surface, Subaru has it all. He's fun to be around, he is optimistic, and he's open to new things, which is very important, especially if his partner is very different from him. I, for one, cannot think of a flaw that Subaru would have that would hinder in his future relationship. But if anyone in chat can think of a flaw that Subaru has that deducts points from the amount of green flag he has, just let me know, okay? So I'll give you guys some time to sound out your opinion. Oops. That is true. That is very true about Trickstar. I mentioned this with Hokuto, where he would bottle up his emotions a lot, and I think that everyone in Trickstar would do that. Maybe different to a certain degree for each of them, but it's like they would... Hello, virus. Hello. But they would definitely make it so that, you know, their partner will think there's nothing wrong, when, you know, in reality there could be something wrong, and, you know, a relationship cannot have that, right? So I think, yeah, I think Subaru, because Subaru is better at communicating the positives to his partner, he is definitely more of a green flag than Hokuto, but he definitely has his own things that he has to look out for, because it will be very what do you call it? It will be, he definitely has some flaw in terms of like the fact that he kind of makes it a habit to kind of hide his emotions from his partner. It's not open enough, you know. If this would be lead to bad situations, but it's not really bad to partner but to themselves. That is true. But again, it can, he is a bit aggressive. That is true. That is true. Subaru can be a bit too much of an extrovert. Yeah. So there are things that, you know, is not really good for a relationship that Subaru has. So I would say that he's 75% green and 25% red. If any of you are, I'm pretty sure everyone has their bias in this chat, by the way. I'll say right now, you are allowed to be biased. Yes. I will consider everyone's opinion, so if you're biased to anyone, you can defend them as much as you want in chat. Just like spill out whatever you think is green about them if you think they're green, okay? You can be as biased as you want. I'll allow it. Just go wild, okay, for your favorites. I'll allow it. But of course, I do hope that you think a little bit objectively as well, but you can be biased. I'll allow you to be as biased as you want for this tier list. Okay? So next is Makoto. Again, he has the same flaw as Hokuto, honestly. It's the communication part. Okay, well, when it comes to Makoto, we are not considering the fact that Izumi is like completely smitten for him, okay? We are gonna go off of the fact that, you know, Makoto is just he himself, right? So we're not gonna consider the fact that, you know, we have another dude just chasing him 24/7, whether or not he has a partner, you know? Because I'm pretty sure even if Makoto gets a partner, Izumi would still chase him around anyway. So you say he's way more green? Yeah, I would say he is more green because Makoto has this thing where, in terms of like again, the socializing, I think he is, when it comes to like how open they are to new people, I'll say Makoto is in between Subaru and Hokuto. So Makoto definitely will have less problem opening up to his partner than Hokuto will, but he would also not be completely open like Subaru is. And of course, the workaholicness is definitely not help. He's not workaholic to the point of Mao standards, but he definitely overworks himself for sure. So, and he will always, and again, it's the self-doubt that is also there is also a green flag when it comes to, like, you know, their own mental stability, because in order for a relationship to thrive in the balance, is each partner would have to encourage their spouse, but at the same time they also need to have their own self-value and encourage themselves while their partner supports them, you know. So if they are not like that strong in that field of self-assurance, it's not necessarily a good thing either. He is not as close like Hokuto, yeah, but not as aggressive like Subaru. But he has his problems as well. Yeah, I agree. But I would say he goes here because it's not as bad as Hokkai's. Yeah, I think that's it. If you're wondering who is above chat, it's just no one is above Tori at the moment. And for those of you who missed it, look who will be ranking. We will be ranking them, yes. We will be ranking the 4 of them. We will be. Cause I decided it'll be more fun that way. Hi Yonchi. Hello Yonchi. Mao, okay. When I said I can go all out and say I'm biased, right? I'm talking about Mao. Mao, for me, is the greenest flag because he balances me out so much. Like, my real life personality is very similar to his. And the fact that even though Mao doesn't have very good self-assurance because he always puts the blame on himself and get himself into situations that, you know, his friends, like, let's say, like, other people got themselves into trouble and Mao will get himself into it to try to fix the problems for people, right? Mao has very good communication because he does have a leadership role when he was student council president, and he was part of the student council for pretty much the whole school Yamazaki life he had. Communication is part of his job, so he is by far the most, when it comes to communication in Trickstar, he's by far the best at it. His problems are all eternal, yes. If his partner can balance out, he's the greenest flag, yes. So I see that he is definitely above 75% green, which will put him in green. So I will put him here because, again, it's like when it comes to flaws of these characters, we'll have to think about, like, if their flaws are minor enough that their partner would most likely be able to fix it for them, or if their flaws are so little that it's insignificant to the relationship, then yes, they'll be still considered a green flag. So we are going to move on to Ryo Seitai. Okay. When it comes to Ryo Seitai, okay, the first one is Tetora. Okay, one thing I want to say, by Arashi's own account, there was one point I'm pretty sure Arashi said that Tetora can be super gentlemanly if he wants to be. But the caveat for that is when he wants to be. So it's like, does it count when he's with his partner? That's the part where I'm like, does it count when he's in a relationship and with his partner? The high likely answer is yes, but there's no guarantee. So we will have to judge Tetora more based on like when you know he is his normal self, you know, where he's acting like, you know, low-key a little bit rough, but at the same time, you know, he's pretty loud, and you know, he's definitely an extrovert, that's for sure. But again, it's like how much of an extrovert is he, and is it too much that, you know, it will get people eyeing him the wrong way if, you know, he randomly goes up to people and just say hi. You think it kind of counts? We can count that part. But if I don't know if there's any traits that necessarily makes him a red flag to a relationship, because it's like, you will need to think about, like, I think a good way is to imagine yourself in a relationship with these characters and how would they treat you. I think that's a good way, because it's like, you need to put yourself in that kind of situation, because you would never know what it's like unless you imagine yourself in a relationship with them in the first place. Yeah, same. I cannot really find a reason, but it's like Tetora's also not like, okay, so if that's the case, we're gonna have to think about like Tetora's life skills and how responsible he is as a person, because that's another thing that thrives in a relationship. So the thing is, I'm not too sure how capable Tetora is when it comes to like life skills. All he can do is just, it's a bit of a rush, but it's like pretty fixable. Tetora is impulsive. That is one thing to consider. Tetora is impulsive. That's one thing to note. He's not as impulsive as Chiaki, I don't think, but he is impulsive. His character counts as impulsive. Like, he thinks before he acts more. Enstars characters all has problems. Yeah, those guys can't say their emotions probably. True. Every character in this franchise obviously has flaws because that's what we love about them, right? But it's like, their good points also match out their bad? I'll put Taitora in 75% green because I feel like his impulsiveness does kind of get in the way sometimes. Especially if his partner takes his word the wrong way, and that will turn sour for the relationship very quickly. So I would say that, you know, unless Tetora is able to like tone down a little bit and like think a little bit more before he acts out the things he wants to, then he'll be in the green all the way. Because by Arashi's own admission, you know, Tetora is definitely someone who, you know, would thrive in a relationship because, you know, he can be a gentleman and stuff. So we have to take her word into account because Arashi is queen, so, and she definitely knows what she's talking about this because of her knowledge on weddings and stuff. So we definitely have to count that. But okay, next person is Midori. All right, here's the thing about Midori. There is nothing wrong with him. The problem with Midori lies in the fact that, let's just say you get into a relationship with them while they're still in this idol career state, because obviously all of them are close to the age where you get into relationship already. They are in their like, not even late teens, they're approaching their early 20s, right? So you would want, if you get to, when you get to the blah blah blah, when you get to that point, right? If let's say you get into a relationship with Midori, there's nothing wrong with him, but you would have to also like take into account how stressed he is because of Ryosei Tai itself, because we cannot forget that Midori is like the rings of Ryosei Tai. He's the one that, not say controls everything, but he's the one that stabilizes the group and makes sure they all don't go haywire and like go off doing their own thing, and keep them like under control in a sense. So again, that's not a fault in Midori, it's just the situation that he just so happens to be in. You can think of it in basic era, because if he was a person in a relationship, it'll be hard. But now, right now he's green, yeah. I mentioned in the beginning of the stream that we are only considering music era for them because it will be a little bit unfair to Alkaloid, Esupuri, Crazy Bee, and Meloderas, because all these 4 groups were added in music era. So if we take the rest of them and count them in their basic era where they have less character development, it's not that fair. So we're gonna only count their music era, their present day personalities. Emotionally hard plus considering age. We are not gonna really consider age for this because obviously, you know, like, okay, I'm just gonna put it out there right now. When it comes to Kana, when it comes to Kana, Yume, and Raika, right, we are going to age them up. Okay? So, oh god, oh bruh, we're gonna age them up. So that will help us rank all of them. So for the age range wise, just take it as, you know, they're like 18, 19, around there, you know. but obviously they will retain their core personality. So that's what we're gonna judge based on. So don't need to really look at age that much for this kind of situation, because of course, again, these characters are fictional, and we are gonna count, like, you know, because these things where for red and green flag also can stem from like the way they carry themselves towards their friends, towards their family, you know. So it's not just relationship is just like the main thing that helps determine whether or not it's a green or red flag, since this person that they choose to be with is going to be the person that they'll be with for the rest of their life, right? And you'll definitely want to be with a person that is, you know, gonna make the relationship stable. So, but that's my point to bring across. Of course, age is not just a number. Like, whenever people say age is just a number, you know, I don't believe in it at all. But there are times where it's like, you know, when it comes to like something funny like this, you don't have to think too much about it. So next is Shinobu. In the state he is in now, right? Unfortunately, I cannot see Shinobu's relationship lasting that long, if I'm being honest, because he has too many inner conflict with himself to really justify having kind of like a relationship wise. I feel as though like he has nothing wrong about him. It's just that I also think that you don't think he'll have any relationship like that? My knowledge on Shinobu is very lackluster, I'll admit. So I'll let chat put him where you want to, because I personally don't know much about him. So it'll be unfair for me to judge, but from what I know is that I feel like he has a lot of internal conflict. But will it hinder in the relationship? I don't know. I'll let the people who know Shinobu best rank him for this one, because my knowledge on him is still very lackluster. It's probably like the worst when it comes. My knowledge on him is probably the worst when it comes to Enstars, like how much I know about them. So I'll let chat rank him for this one. You guys can sound off what you think, where you think we should put him. But you still lack knowledge about him. If anyone has good knowledge on Shinobu, please sound off in chat like what you know about him, just so that we can properly tier him. But right now, since there's like lack of knowledge from me and from chat, I'm just going to put him in 50-50. So it's like, so it doesn't like tip over one way or another. If anyone has more knowledge on Shinobu, just let me know so that we can shift him to a more appropriate spot. But for now, we'll just put him here to just balance it out a bit. Okay, next is, we're gonna try and check while we rank others. Sure, don't worry about it, Kino, it's fine. It's just a tier list, it's fine. A tier list is supposed to be filled with opinions and filled with, like, you know, people who like bring their point across to others. That's the whole point of a tier list, so don't worry about it. Next we have Chiaki. One thing I'll say, Chiaki would definitely be a very family type of person. He would hold his family to a very high regard when, you know, when he, you know, gets a partner and children. He would definitely prioritize them, very much so. Of course, again, Chiaki is impulsive. We know that very much so. He's gotten a lot better since then though. But he definitely retains some of that core impulsiveness in him, which obviously cannot be ignored. But I think with Chiaki, it's like you can definitely count on him to make sure the relationship is fun, because he will definitely try his best to make sure that his partner is happy at all times and make sure that they, you know, like I can picture Chiaki like checking up on his partner constantly, saying that he is you know, like let's say if he sees his partner with a frown on their face, he would definitely like immediately go up to them and be like, is there something wrong? Is there something that I can help fix? So I think for that, Chiaki, hold on. I think right now we're probably all closer to green flags rather than red. They just feel more comfortable with. That is true. Okay, I'll move Shinobu down one then. Chiaki is the greenest flag ever. The only thing about Chiaki for me that it's like bad is his impulsiveness when it comes to like things like communication and stuff. So if that is something, again, if his partner can balance it out, and of course Chiaki, he is not someone who takes criticism lightly. He won't let it like, you know, get to him, but he would definitely consider like criticism or feedback, and he would improve himself from there, which is the amount of character growth that we got from basic to music era Chiaki, right? So I think if that is the case, Chiaki would go in green all the way, because being able to take like criticism and being able to like, what do you call it, improve yourself from that criticism is very important. Of course, you know, he has his moments where like, you know, he kind of like can misunderstand stuff and like, you know, overthink things, of course, but I think it's not enough to where like it will be a huge problem, because of course relationship always will have issues, right? It's more of like how big is the issue and how quickly them and their partner can resolve those issues. So you think, okay, Kino, I'm assuming you're reading the Enstar wiki and you're saying that 75% for Shinobu because he's open, comfortable person, green all the way because he's not really conflicting, secretive to close people. So he's very open. Okay, I'll shift him down one more then. Another green flag, another factor for green flag, I will not put Shinobu in green all the way just yet, because another factor of green flag that I am trying to consider is how much nurturing they can do. Because when it comes to relationship, both sides need to nurture their partner in some way. So if one side is a bit too imbalanced, and if they rely on their partner to nurture them too much while they cannot nurture their partner back, it's also not that much of a good balanced thing. So I mean, it's obvious that there's always the dominant one in the relationship, so to speak, right? But I feel like when it comes to nurturing, it has to come from both ways, even if like one way is more than the other. So I would say that because the three that are currently in green all the way have this kind of like nurturing behavior about them where they take care of others very easily, I'll put them there first. But Shinobu, because I don't see that with him that much, I would put him in 75% green and 25% red. Okay. So next is Kanata. Okay. The very unfortunate part about Kanata, right? It has nothing to do with Kanata himself, but more of the fact of the background he comes from. His background is by far the saddest and the most screwed up one. It's very messed up. But of course, it's not a fault of his own, but unfortunately, it does carry into his personality. Because if his partner doesn't like water or is scared of the ocean, or like is scared of like, you know, swimming in general, they would not, you know, make a good match at all. I highly doubt he would get a partner like that, because obviously you would want to find a partner that shares interest with you. But it's definitely going to be very difficult physically to support Kanata, because I can imagine, because Kanata cannot swim, I can imagine like if Chiaki is not around, if there's ever a time like that, if Chiaki is not around and Kanata's partner has to be the one watching him to make sure he doesn't drown, even though he normally just sits in a fountain, but you know, I think it's like the red flags of Kanata is not because of Kanata in himself, I would say. Kanata is also really petty. Is he? I had no idea he was. I had no idea he was petty. But okay, that's one thing to consider then. When it comes to like kind of like, okay, I need to like think about this for a second. Like, at this point, I'm trying to think like, is like how stable is his relationship going to be? Because okay, again, just to reiterate, none of these characters would cheat. Okay, I'm pretty sure every single one of these characters will be loyal to whoever partner they choose, right? The question is, how much of eggshells are their partner gonna walk on when it comes to things like communication, physically going out with them, and just maintaining the relationship in general? Like, how difficult would it be? And that's what I'm trying to think for Kanata, because unfortunately, because of his situation and the things Kanata had to go through, it doesn't exactly make him a completely green flag, honestly. But I don't want to say he's red, because he is not Kanata is not like in himself a bad person per se. There are definitely more malicious people in this franchise than him, you know? So we need to really like consider that. But if you guys think it's appropriate, we can put him in the yellow tier with Eiichi, because Kanata mainly is a good guy. The problem is like the physical aspect, where like, you know, you have to constantly look out for him and make sure he's not swimming somewhere, and like, and you know, he make sure he doesn't drown. That is the very important thing that his partner has to maintain, because I'm pretty sure once he finds a partner, Chiaki would not let go, but like more of like put that responsibility on his partner, who can be with him more often than Chiaki. So, and of course his partner will want that responsibility too, because they will want to keep Kanata safe. So if it makes sense, I'll put him in the 50-50 category. But what do you guys think? I can't say anything bad about Kanata in himself. I didn't even know he was petty until you said it, Eme, but yeah. It depends on how his partner is, so you're feeling 50-50. I think it's 50-50. I think it's 50-50. I have a feeling it's 50-50 for him. Which is, you know, unfortunate, but... Okay, next we have Alkaloid. Alkaloid! Okay. Okay, first off we have Hero. Oh boy. Okay. There's only one thing about Hero that I can think of that will hinder in their relationship, which is, I don't know if naive is the word to use, but Hero believes Hero kind of believes people too easily, if that makes sense. So he will fall for cunning people very easily. So if, let's say, he gets together with someone with bad intentions, that is not good. Is gullible a better word? I don't even know. Like, it's either gullible or naive, but I feel like Hero kind of believes in people too easily. So, of course, Hero is very kind at heart. He's caring, and you know, he would want nothing but the best for the people he cares about. Even more so to the point where, like, you know, he is willing to do anything in his power to make sure that, you know, his friends and, like, you know, his brother are happy. But at the same time, it can hinder in a relationship with someone, because Hero believes in others too easily, I feel, which kind of like is a setback, especially if he is unlucky enough to come across someone who especially if he come across someone and gets together with someone who has bad intentions, and he would be taken advantage of and he won't even realize it. Is his background not as high as Kanata, but it's way more caters to communication and understanding. Yes, because that's the whole thing about Hiro and Rini's relationship is, again, communication. So with that hindering, I would say that Hiro goes in 60% green, 40% red. Because you, as much as you can rely on Hiro for things, at the same time you also try, it's better not to, because of the fact that, you know, Hiro may believe in bad advice, because if people give him advice, he'll just take it as a good advice. It may not be, but he will just assume it's good advice because, you know, he doesn't believe that bad people exist. So Hiro is too optimistic, I'll just say that. I think that's like a good way to describe it. I think, yeah, Hiro is too optimistic. Okay, next is Aira. Aira himself, again, is a very good guy, and especially if, you know, his partner has the same traits as him, like, you know, fanboy and fangirling about idols together would always be fun. The problem comes, again, with the sense of responsibility. Aira is definitely more wary of Hiro in terms of, like, you know, he's not as naive. But the problem comes of, like, when, like, problem occurs in the relationship. And Aira would probably not know how to handle that kind of, like, problem, because it would definitely be very new to him. So it's probably very important to reiterate that the relationship will definitely, like, have very good highs, but at the same time, it's like, due to, like, the lack of knowledge in terms of, like, communication and relationships in general, I think Aira would be one of the most inexperienced, I would say. Is it a fault of his own? No. He would definitely improve as he gets older and as time goes by, for sure. But it would definitely be a very bumpy relationship. Yes, Kino, I agree. So I would say he's next to Hiro in terms of that. Because, again, Aira's not as extroverted as the people in the 75% green category. So again, that's another hinder in terms of that relationship, where, like, they would there'll be the lack of communication, the roadblocker of communication. It will get better. Yes, it's gonna be very rough at the start, definitely. From the confession aspect, I can already see the confession going wrong. Maybe not due to Aira's own faults, but if the confession goes wrong, I'm pretty sure Aira would completely freak out about it and, like, you know, think it's the end of the world when it's not. So he is definitely one to overthink. So yeah. Oh, next is Maui. Oh god. Okay. Oh, I really don't want to put Maui in red, but, like, oh my god, the relationship with Maui is gonna be very, very tricky to work around, because, again, it's very hard for him to open up, and it's very hard to even open up to him because, you know, he always wants to hide and he always is, like, so nervous about things. Oh god. But I don't want to say he's not a bad person. Again, he's not a bad person. Oh boy, I need to think about this for a second. He is cute though. We can try not to think about their appearance for this kind of thing, because appearance is not something that you know, changes a relationship. Appearance is pure based on your own preference. So no matter how each character looks, there'll definitely be someone who is attracted to them. So I'm trying not to think about appearance. And if anything, appearance shouldn't be considered because, you know, everyone looks different, but everyone is pretty in their own way. So we're trying not to think about appearance here. He is very caring and sweet. Yes, I agree. But the communication part is very... The communication part is very, you know, it's gonna be very difficult for him. If you're talking about his personality, you can specify it next time so I don't misread your chat. It will help a lot if you specify it next time. Because when you say he's cute, I'll just immediately assume that he's cute in terms of appearance, because cute is how you describe someone's appearance more than personality. Communication is going to be very difficult with Maui, I feel. Because, again, it is not something that he would be very... It's not his... Communication is definitely not his strong suit, I would say. It would definitely have problems opening up. And again, Maui is definitely someone who blames himself a lot, which he does actively. Like, he'll keep saying everything is his fault, right? And that's another thing about the emotional stability of these characters. It's like, how much of self-value do they have? Because it takes balance, because even though their partner emotionally supports them, it's up to they themselves to carry their own emotions to a more brighter state of mind. A lot of problems. I feel like Maui will have a lot of problems with communicating, and relationship does strive to have that, and Maui definitely needs a very specific partner for that. But because he does have a good heart, Maui has a heart of gold, I will say. He definitely will not do anything with malicious intent. I don't think. I cannot view Maui doing anything with malicious intent at this moment in time. And from what they portray of him, he is just a guy who struggles with talking to people and is a very big introvert, and I think that is perfectly normal. Of course, you know, his personality is to that extreme, but I don't think it's enough to like really hinder that. But like, I cannot help but feel like because of the lack of communication you get from him, you would probably have to... His relationship will the relationship he has with his partner will definitely need a lot of effort to thrive. It can work for a specific partner under a very specific circumstance, but it would definitely not be like a cakewalk. It would definitely be difficult for sure. He has intrusive thoughts, but they're not harmful. No. Again, I mean, Maui is eccentric, right? He is eccentric. I mean, that is very clear in his dialogue, in the way that he carries himself forward. But I don't think he will go out of his way to like go and hurt anyone just for the pleasure of it, you know? He just says weird stuff. Yeah. Correct. He doesn't go out of his way to hurt anyone, and that's a very big thing to have when it comes to relationship. It's like, again, it's like if we have to think about like, do any of them take pleasure when it comes to seeing people get hurt? AKA, are they sadistic? Because if they are, right, that's a huge red flag. So, and we get to father. I call Ichi Tenshoin father, if any of you don't know, but this is the real father right here, Tatsumi. I briefly mentioned how I call Ichi father, and I still do call Ichi father, by the way. When it comes to Tatsumi, right, I am not knowledgeable when it comes to Tatsumi's religion, and I don't even want to touch on religion for this. I'm just gonna go off of like his like own type of personality, and also his like very fatherly type of relationship he has with his members, right? He is your dad, literally. That's so cute, Kino. Kinda green, yeah. The thing about Tatsumi is he can get a little bit too passionate about his religion, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that if it gets in the way of your relationship, it may give his partner the wrong idea. So Tatsumi is definitely it's definitely in the bottom two tiers, the 75% and the green all the way. He's in either or. He doesn't go the blah 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 blah. His passion for his religion does not hinder him to the point where, like, you know, it will be like a very big problem for the relationship, especially if his partner shares religion with him, like it's the same religion as him. So in that case, he's definitely not like in any way a very major red flag. Like, it's not a red flag whatsoever. So he's extremely supportive and understanding. He's really green. Everyone is saying he's green, but it's like, how much of a green do you guys want to put him in? Do you think he's 75% green? Okay, if he's 75% green, he goes in the tier that Yuzuru is in. If he's more than 75% green, he goes in the tier Mao is in. So I'll let you guys put him where you think he goes. So just think about like the percentage. If he's 75%, then he goes in 75%. If he's any more than 75%, then he goes in the bottom one. His driving is not a problem for me. That's the thing, it's like, driving is not something that hinders or falters in a relationship. You know? If you don't want Tatsumi to drive you to places, you just tell him you don't need him to drive you. There's not a problem with that. We just won't let him drive. Exactly, Kino, exactly. It's not a driving, whether or not they're capable of driving is not a red flag or not. Because again, it's a habit or skill that Tatsumi's either good in or not good in. So that doesn't hinder in a relationship at all. And especially since, you know, driving is not like household chores, because household chores is definitely something that you need to do on a daily basis and on day-to-day basis, right? But of course, even though driving is convenient, you don't technically need it to like get to places. You have the train, you have the bus, you even have, you know, you can get other people to drive you as well. You can get your friends to drive you. So it's not that big of a deal, I don't think, if let's say Tatsumi is not necessarily good at driving. So it doesn't hinder at all. Of course his members get very traumatized when he drives, but like I think it's not like, it's not something that, you know. Yanchi, having a partner that can drive would be additional privilege to you. I agree. Having a partner that can drive adds privilege, but it's not an entitlement to a relationship. That's the difference. It's always good to learn how to drive, okay? Because it adds convenience, it adds privilege, it makes life a lot easier. But it's not an entitlement for a relationship to have. You don't have a problem with his driving skills, it would be thrilling. Not gonna lie, I agree with you, Nova. I actually kind of like the chaos that ensues. It's really funny. But I, for one, probably wouldn't sit in a car with Tatsumi because unfortunately, I have very bad motion sickness, so yeah. in most scenarios in real life, I normally don't get other people to drive me to places because I get motion sickness very easily. I like to take public transport more. The baby will get used to it. Nagisa. My mind is blank when it comes to Nagisa. I can't think of anything particularly good or particularly bad about him. I think like when it comes to like communication, I don't think he'll be that bad at it, but at the same time it's like he won't go out of his way to, you know. I think Nagisa is the type of guy that is like, if you don't tell him you have a problem, he will just assume that there's no problem, you know. I think what Nagisa lacks is initiative. That's just the vibe I get from Nagisa. He just seems rather clueless when it comes to things around him. So unless you spell it out for him that you have a problem, he probably would he will probably just assume that everything's okay, you know? Which is not necessarily a bad thing because it's like, you know, you should tell your partner if you have something wrong, but it's like it kind of helps in a relationship if you take initiative. You know that he sucks at communication even more than Hokke, really? That part I didn't know, but I think it could be the initiative thing. When it comes to like you feel like for Nagisa, if we do stuff for him because he won't do it unless we ask. Just the vibes. Yeah, it's the initiative thing. So it's like he won't do anything unless he is told to, or unless it's spelled out for him. Which, again, it's not necessarily bad, but at the same time, it can really hinder in a relationship, especially if his partner has difficulty warming up to communication. And when it comes to a beginning of a relationship, that is the part where communication is a definite must, because it's like, but if Nagisa goes into a relationship with his current personality and his lack of initiativeness, it would hinder it because of the fact that his partner will think that he just doesn't care, when it may not even be his intention. It's just that he just doesn't know how to, like, take initiative. He one time got angry at Ibarra about something without telling what it was to Ibarra. Basically, he bottles up his feelings, is what I'm assuming you're saying. I mean, I can definitely see Nagisa doing that. But there is another thing that really needs in a relationship, which is initiative. Because sometimes, you know, people have to reach out to their partner to make sure that everything's going okay because of the lack of communication in that. Ibarra found out he had cavities, really? Is that true? I didn't know about that. But with Nagisa, again, it's about initiative, and I don't think that he does a very good job at it, so it will definitely hinder relationship. And also when it comes to like things where you need to I'm just thinking about like the worst case scenario if his partner just so happens to not be what do you call it? I lost my train of thought. Hold on, chat. I'm sorry. I kind of like lost my train of thought here. I'm thinking about like the scenarios where Nagisa and his partner are not like if Nagisa's partner just so happens to be an overthinker and not be very good at communicating, it will not be good for the relationship, because it would just be like a endless thing of like his partner asking him if everything is like, you know, normal, and then him just saying it is, but you know, he or she wouldn't know that, you know, there is a problem because Nagisa doesn't take the initiative to ask them first. Hopefully that makes sense. I kind of like let my train of thought like run wild for a second. But I would say he goes in 50-50. But where do you guys think he goes? You can see him act like that, Kino. Yeah, I think so. I don't want to say he's a red flag, but one thing about initiative is definitely one thing that is much needed in a relationship. If not, it won't survive. So, I don't want to give... Oh my god. 50-50 or lower. Right. I think so. No, if we put him in 50-50, that's the thing. It's like, with the three, they're already in 50-50 right now. You can tell that they would reach out to their partner if they can sense something is wrong, you know? Yeah, I think lower. I think he goes here. I think so. I think it's not... I think... The thing is, he doesn't even have that many good points to balance out his lack of initiativeness, so... Oh, I'm sorry, Nagisa. I feel so bad, but it's like... have to stick with what we think is, you know, most appropriate. He goes to Tori, yeah. I'm so sorry, Nagisa. But anyway. Next is Hiyori. Our current event 5-star. If you guys are wondering like how many points I have for that Hiyori event right now, I don't know how many points we left off last stream when I ended my stream, but right now I'm at 1.1 million points to get Hiyori. So good progress for day 2, I think. Not bad. The thing about Hiyori, he would 100% spoil his partner, okay? I would put that out there. Hiyori will throw money at whoever his partner is. He would not. You think it was 600, 700, 700k? I think it was. Yeah, I think it was. I'm at 1.1 million right now. Like 1.16 million right now. Not bad, not bad. Hiyori would throw money at his partner, I would say. He is one to definitely do that. He has the money to do it, and his personality does not, I don't think, hinders him when it comes to spoiling his partner, especially if his partner is someone that he dedicates his life to. But again, Hiyori is prideful. Alright? He would want his partner to praise him, just like Tori. He would want to his partner to say he's important. He would be a bit like Raphael from Lads. Oh, I don't watch that. He also had a relationship with June, and I can't imagine something much different for his partner. I mean, that and trait of him could be problem. True. his relationship with June is definitely something that we can definitely base it off of. Like, it won't be very different with blah 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 with his partner. So he would definitely be more of a red than a green. He is definitely not 50-50 though. He has more good traits than bad, I would say. I would say he goes here. Unfortunately, his bad traits are kind of a bit too much for a relationship to put him here, but he would... I think his good traits are enough to put him here, I think. Not put... You think that's a good place? Okay, sure. If anyone, everyone agrees, it's a good thing. Next is Ibarra. Bro is a red flag all around. As much as I would love to include headcanons I have of him that I made, there's no denying that canon Ibarra is not a green flag. Canon Ibarra is not a green flag. Whether or not he has a partner or not, it won't matter. He is not a green flag, period. He has green qualities, I would say, but he's more of a red flag than green. Ibanya is funny. I don't know anything about Ibanya either. I can see Ibarra prioritizing his partner, but I feel like he's so business savvy to the point where it's like he's definitely someone that will probably prioritize his work over his partner, I think. No matter how dedicated he is to him or her, you know? Ibarra definitely has like good qualities to him for sure. He's responsible, you know, and he can lead a team, obviously. I mean, he can lead a whole company, like for real. But there's just huge hinders with him. With that he's red all the way. I mean, I don't want to say he's red all the way because it's like red all the way means they have no good qualities for a relationship, and I don't think any of them are like that. Not even Ibarra. There are times... That's the thing, it's like, I'm pretty sure, because like 100% red, it's like, you cannot even picture them, like, taking their relationship seriously, and like, low-key they're a playboy, but I don't think any of them are like that, so it's like... Because, again, Ibarra would definitely take his relationship seriously, I'm pretty sure. Because it's clear that he would definitely want to put in all his effort into something that, you know, he is building, but it's like... I feel like he would make himself too absorbed into Cosbro and Eden, and Loki sometimes forget that he has a partner. Basically workaholic behavior, but like in like a little bit of a worse way, because he is very arrogant as well. Let's not forget about that. Where do you guys wanna put Ibarra? I'm trying to think where to put Ibarra. 75-25. You mean red, right? I think 75-25. For me, he either goes like, he goes here or here. He's definitely not 100% red. But it's like, but I can definitely say that Ibarra, if he ever gets into a relationship and if it doesn't work out, his relationship will definitely falter in a very ugly way. It will not be a peaceful breakup whatsoever. I highly doubt it would be if Ibarra ever breaks up with his partner. Izumi and Nozomi? I don't think so. Only ones you think will go in the highest are Izumi and Nozomi. I mean, we'll get to them when we get there. Because I do have a lot to say when it comes to Nozomi. Okay, next is June. The greenest flag in Eden, I would say. You have to go for dinner now? See you, Nova. Hopefully to catch you later. If the stream is still up, hopefully you'll be back. But thanks for dropping by anyway. Thank you, thank you. Means a lot. June is by far the greenest flag in Eden. No one can tell me otherwise, and I'm pretty sure everyone here agrees with me. In Eden, June is the greenest flag. And in fact, he's one of the greenest flags in the franchise. So he definitely goes in like green all the way or 75% green. But again, if you get together with June, he comes in a duo package with Hiyori. You would have to at least get on Hiyori's good side, I would say. Because not to say that June would rely on Hiyori's opinion, but I feel like June will ask Hiyori for his opinion when he gets a partner, you know? It's like, what does June call Hiyori again? Ohi-san, right? It's like, Ohi-san, do you think this person is good for me? I feel like he would ask Hiyori for his opinion. Even though that's not something June should do, because I feel like June's judgment is better than Hiyori's, but I feel like he would ask Hiyori for his opinion when he gets a partner, you know? This is 75%. Yeah, he definitely goes in 75%. It's just that, is there anything that hinders him? Because if there's nothing, then he goes in the green all the way tier. So, oh man, okay. He'll ask in like, you have a fight, which is a bad. He'll ask in like, when do you have a fight? Yeah. Yeah, never ask. June will probably ask like his members if his partner is good for him, which is not a good idea in itself. But again, it's like, does that really hinder him? I don't think so. Again, June, he can cook, he can clean, he's responsible. I mean, he has to be, right? So there's really nothing in hindering him when it comes to like how green of a flag he is. Oh boy. Okay, next is Shu. Okay, I have trauma from the way Shu acted in Basic Era still. So I'm speaking from a bit of bias against Shu, which I know I'm not supposed to do, because again, we are talking about music era Shu, and I'm very well aware of that. I know I'm the one that said it, right? But I cannot help but keep remembering what he did in basic era, and that is not a good thing. So I'm going to like kind of let chat decide on this one, because I cannot really put my mind in a really like rational footing when it comes to Shu. So Shu right now is way better. I mean, I would say it is better. $60-40 leaning towards green. He has grown a lot since basic, but he still has issues. Yeah, he still has issues, I can tell. You will say 60-40. Everyone in chat is saying 60-40. Okay, I'll put him there. I trust you guys on this one. Oops, he goes behind me. Okay. I trust you guys on this one, alright? I don't want to say anything bad about Shu, because of course most of my points are from basic era, and I'm not gonna touch on those because obviously by my own accord we're not going with basic era Shu. So I trust you guys on this one. Next is Mika. Shu's, I would say like partner in crime, better half. I don't know. When it comes to Mika, I would say that you would put him in 60-40. He's less dependent on Shu nowadays, but again, he still has issues. Yeah, I would say so. And I think when it comes to communication, they are around the same level because they mainly communicate with each other. Of course, they have their own friends, you know. Mika has, you know, the Pretty Five, for example, and Shu has the Eccentric Five as like close friends of theirs. But the problem comes of like their own, like the very specific flaw they have, which is, you know, Shu, even though he has character growth a lot, he can still be emotionally unstable at times, you know, which is not a good thing. And Mika is his living situation. And I know, you know, they are both there to like help each other out in the flaws that they have, but they won't always be there for together 24/7. So yeah, I would say Mika. Let's remember he said if Shu got married. Oh wow. Really? Damn, that's dark. I don't want to. I'm sorry, MA. Like everyone can read MA's chat. I don't think I should say it on stream in case, you know, YouTube like censors me out. But wow, that is dark. What you just typed in. That is dark. When it comes to the twins, though, I feel like they're both on equal footing in terms of like how green and red they are. I don't know. Mika is clingy for sure. Mika definitely has nothing but good intentions, but because of the way that he's lived throughout his life, Mika definitely will be very clingy to Shu, and he'll get very jealous. So you're very biased towards them right now. I know, Kino. I know. The twins. The thing is, the twins can carry their own weight because not only are both of them like green flags in themselves with a little bit of red flag here and there, but they have each other to rely on if something goes wrong. So they have each other's like as a backbone. So yeah. Hinata hides a lot. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. That's the bad part about Hinata. True, true. Doing illusions. Now Yuta starts to hide. Oh god. I mean, the thing is we can rank the twins together. Because I think when it comes to like how green and red flag they are, they're almost identical. If not exactly the same. So... But let's not forget Hinata has the responsibility of being the older twin too. So he technically is more responsible than Yuta. But not by like a huge margin, of course. Sometimes the twins fight. I mean, they're siblings. Every sibling has argument. I think that's normal. It's very normal for siblings to fight. If siblings don't fight, that's where something is wrong. That's when you know something is wrong, because the relationship is too perfect. But one thing is for sure is that the twins can always rely on each other, and that's what is so awesome about them. Because Doing is probably the very first time I witnessed like fictional twins like get along so well to the point where like no matter what conflict they get into, it doesn't hinder their relationship whatsoever. They both have this crazy high and overwork to take care of another, and in recent event he took most of the job because he wanted to be independent and tried to take care of Hinata. They scold each other about it and do it still. Yeah. Typical sibling thing is like, but low-key a bit hypocritical, because it's like they're telling their brother not to do a certain thing and like telling their brother, hey, you should take care of yourself, and then go ahead and do the exact same thing that they tell their brother not to do. It's hilarious, but at the same time it's like, oh man, that is not good. Because unfortunately they don't take their own advice. Hold on, chat. Sorry if I'm holding still right now. It's because of... Alright. Where do you guys want to put Hinata and Yuta? Because... if it were me, I'll put them in 75% green. But... Kino, you'll probably have the most say here since, you know, you're the one that's super biased to them. So you would do anything to defend them, but I'm pretty sure that you also can tell that they're not perfect either. I mean, no one in this franchise is perfect, so... But I'm perfectly willing to put them in 75% green at least. And honestly, even if they falter, right? I don't even think their faults are like enough to put them that much lower than that. They'll still be a very reliable partner. The problem is has to get to work very fast. But this problem has to get worked on very fast. True. I'll put them both up here then. Always the twins together here. I'm already laughing and I haven't even said his name yet. Rinmi Amagi. Oh my gosh, chat. You cannot see it, but I'm face palming right now. I'm Sorry, but oh man, he's more of a red flag than green. You cannot really rely on Rini on for much, if I'm being honest. So 75% red, no questions asked. He is very he is not, he doesn't know how to handle his money well, really. And that's one major flaw when it comes to relationship. So when you manage your time and money well, and if you can't do that, then it's not good for a relationship. You find him a good partner? Why? Okay, Kino, you can please explain. I would love to hear the explanation. Again, it's very nice to hear different opinions, so Kino, please. If you can explain why you think Rini is a good partner, I would love to hear it. I'm very curious, actually. I mean, he's more of a red flag to me, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure everyone else in chat agrees, so... He won't steal money. No, Rini won't steal money. That is 100% guaranteed from every single one of these characters. None of them would have the audacity to steal. None of them. As much as, you know, Rini is not good at handling money, he would not take money without permission. No one in this franchise would stoop that low. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe anyone in this franchise would stoop that low into stealing money just to gamble it away. No, that's 100%. I definitely would agree with you on this one, Kino. He would not steal money. You find him very nice. You can't explain. He is a caring guy. He is a caring guy, I would say. It's not just about money. He keeps everything to himself, but he's also extremely observant and will notice if something is wrong and will help in his own way, at least. That's true. None would steal besides maybe Raika. See, he's a kleptomaniac. Yeah. Hi, Nova. Hello, welcome back. Hopefully you had a nice dinner. You just keep it until you ask it back. Yeah, I mean, that's Raika for you. That's Raika, man. That's just Raika. But again, none of them would steal and like, you know, like steal for the sake of, like, you know, their own benefit. He is really not selfish in a way. Like, he will do stuff he likes, but when it comes to something important, he'll just self-sacrifice. True. That is very true. I'm like thinking, okay, Kino, I have to say, you put a very good point across. I'm reconsidering moving Rini lower tier. He's definitely more of a red flag, unfortunately, but when you say it like that, Kino, I feel like he shouldn't go in the tier Ibarra's in. He should go in with Tori and Nagisa, I think. He is smart. That funky act he does is really just the act. True. Dinner was fast, you had late lunch, so didn't eat much. I see. Honestly, Kino, you put a very good argument forward. I cannot really deny that that is definitely a very good trait for Rini to have. It doesn't outbalance his very big issue with handling money, but it's definitely something that's needed in a relationship. I cannot deny that. That's for sure. Because normally people in Rini's position will probably like put Kino, you have a very good argument with you. You have convinced me and my moderator to be more lenient on Rini. Good job, for real. I would have never thought of seeing Rini in that way until you mentioned it, but definite, very good, very good, very good. At least he deserves with Wataru's this. The money handling is very hard topic, but yeah, it makes it a bit very red. That's true. Unfortunately, I cannot move him to complete yellow, like, because unfortunately money is definitely something that's super, super important for a relationship, but to know that Rini would never do anything malicious when it comes to like, when he wants money from his partner, he'll definitely ask them for it as well. And he will give it back and everything. He goes in a tier above that. He's not as bad as Ibarra. You just forgot stuff right now, but there's so much more, maybe on another tier list. Sure, don't worry about it, Kino. Don't worry about it. One thing I'm hoping for this is like everyone is satisfied with the end result. Whenever I do tier lists like this, it's like I'm hoping that I do everyone's opinions justice and make sure they put in a tier that we can all at least agree they belong in there to some degree. Himeru. One of my very good friends shipped me with Himeru. I still don't understand why. And I probably would never understand why. The problem with Himeru is we don't even know his real name. We know his brother's name, and we know his last name, but we don't know Himeru's actual name. And that's so sad. Himeru is by far the least communicative of everyone in this franchise, I think. He would be the hardest to open up to, I feel. Him and Maui, actually. Like, he and Maui are on par when it comes to like communication, but Maui will be slightly easier because at least he'll respond to your questions. You generally can't say here. That's the thing! It's like, Himeru, we virtually know almost nothing about him. Like, we know his relationship with his brother and how he got the stage name and everything, and like, you know, we got a little bit more of information from like, the event with like, with the dance floor song, but like, like, is that really good enough? To put him in a green flag? I can't even say that he has any good things to bring forward in a relationship. It's like... You still think about the fact that doesn't make sense? If they said that he is younger than Rini, aka 19, that would what make him one of the years when he ran away from his house. That is true though. Because they said that Kaname didn't saw him already. How old is dude when he ran away? Yeah, actually, that actually makes sense. LMAO. Until we find out more about Himeru, it's been 5 years since our introduction to him, and yet we still don't know much. So the good thing is that he's a diva. He is. Sorry. I'm so sorry, chat. My cough probably sounds very gross. Apologies. Like, the diva comment really made me laugh. He is a diva though. I'm tearing up now. Oh, that was good. That was a good one. The safest bet is putting him in 50-50 though. Because, again, with little knowledge, and especially there is no, like, forward or back when it comes to Himeru, that's, like, the best place to put him, I think. Himeru fans, I sense there at least once we need you. Yeah. Considering my newest card is Kohaku, I am biased to him. Because I've been playing with him for the past few hours, but... When it comes to a relationship though, Kwaku definitely has a lot to bring to the table. Because he is definitely protective. Kwaku is green, you don't care. Oh, Emme, that's sweet. Kwaku baby. He is. Kwaku has a lot to bring to the table when it comes to relationship because you can sense that he knows, he has a sense of responsibility. He can protect his partner, and we know he will. And he will go through great lengths just to see his partner happy. And that is definitely something that is really needed in a relationship. And Kohaku, with his sharp tongue and his bluntness, you can rely on him to tell you the truth. So I would say Kwaku is pretty much perfect for people who needs honesty in the relationship. Because there are people who understand white lies here and there, but I am well aware that there are also people who want the truth and nothing but the truth. And Kwaku fits that category more, where it's like, no matter how bad it is, he won't sugarcoat anything. If he has an issue, he would let you know, and that is awesome. That's an awesome trait to have. But of course, being too honest is definitely something that he will probably need to work on. But it's not that big of an issue, I would say. Because again, being too honest also kind of relies on the fact that you don't have any sort of remorse for people's feelings, right? But Kwaku is a considerate guy. So he knows that sometimes his words can get too far, and the moment he realizes if he goes too far with his words, he will definitely immediately apologize for it. And he will definitely know that he's too honest, right? Whereas some people may not do that. Or they may not immediately apologize because they're saying like, oh, I was just being honest, right? But there is such thing as being too honest. And I think even though Kwaku is definitely very capable of being too honest at times, he will come to terms with his mistakes very easily. So 75-25, because okay, I'm looking at the tier list right now. He either goes in like 75-25 or green all the way. You guys can like sound off your opinions right now. I already said my piece about Kohaku, so you guys can like put in your opinion right now, and then I'll read up everyone's, then put him in where I feel like is most appropriate. Kwaku will also be very capable of taking care of his partner. And he will probably want his partner to be independent of him too. That's another good thing. As much as it is healthy for you to be able to rely on your partner, one thing that's very important is for you to be independent of them as well. Just so that you can bounce off each other's energy rather than rely on the other person 24/7. $75 or higher? Yeah. Is he 75% green though? Because if he's higher than that, he goes in the same tier as June. Bleh. I cannot get my words straight today. I'm trying to like think, but at the same time I'm also like, I don't want to be too biased, but again, it's like, is there any flaw in Kohaku's character apart from the fact he could be too honest? I don't know if his health is still an issue, because I know when Kohaku was a child, he cannot leave the house that often because of his health, so his sister has to go out to make friends with, you know, the people that, you know, live in the same area as them and pretend to be Kohaku. There's a problem, but you think it's manageable. What's the problem you think of, Kino? You can think of a problem with Kohaku when it comes to relationship. It'd be great if you can sound it out in what the problem that you're thinking about is. If you think it's manageable as well, especially. Hmm. It doesn't matter where you put him. You'll keep him. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're gonna put him in green all the way. I don't blame you though. I'm just trying to make sure that, you know, we're not being too biased here and we're actually like thinking like, okay, is there really anything that is there any part of Kwaku that the trait does hinder in a relationship? Is that the fact that he's very honest? But also I'm thinking family, but I don't think that's huge anymore. His family is definitely would be an issue, but I don't think it will be much of an issue. I don't think it'll be much of an issue at this point. So, and again, being too honest is a problem, but at the same time, you can tell that Kawaku can pick up on things very easily. So it's like the moment if he's too honest, if his partner lets him know, he would show remorse instantly. Like, he won't be defensive in any way, if that makes sense, because he is quick to pick up on what you're putting down, you know? And I think that's very important. That's especially probably more important than not being too honest, you know? Because at the very least, it's like, even if he has a flaw, he won't get defensive about it. And he's probably self-aware of it too. And he's slowly working on it, probably. And I think that's way more, blah, 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 way more important than just, you know, being too honest and not showing remorse after that. So I would say Kwaku is green all the way. Maybe not as green as the rest of them. Maybe he's like, if the rest of them are like over 90%, he's probably like a good 85, but it's still green enough to put him in the category, I think. Okay, the last Crazy Bee member is Nikki. You would have 5-star food every day. This guy, if you get together with Nikki, you would not have a problem with food ever again. And that is very important in a relationship, is, you know, having a partner that can cook, especially if you yourself can't cook, is a very good trait for Nikki. Because green all the way, you can't think of a negative. Nikki is 75. His problem is his health. I mean, his health is one thing, but it's like, it's not something he can control. So as long as you feed him, I'm pretty sure it'll be a-okay, you know? He's pretty closer to green all the way. I think so. He'll be supportive. He will stand up for you, especially. He's not afraid to like stand up for people. He's not someone that will let people walk all over him, right? And then, not to mention, like, you know, his biggest flaw is something that he can control, aka his cooking skills balance out his flaw, which is the amount of times he has to eat. So it's like, is it actually a flaw when he himself can fix it? You know? He can manage it unlike Kanata and AG. Yes, exactly. So there's a reason why Nikki can take care of Rini. That's another thing. It's like, if Nikki can take care of Rini, that just shows like he has the responsibility in him, and it shows his capability too. So I think it's very similar for his partner as well. And I'm pretty sure his partner that he chooses will definitely be a lot more responsible than Rini. So I think that would be like a good path for him all the way. His second problem is literally the fact that he helps people a lot. I mean that's like the effect for a lot of them though. It's like they're all like, majority of them are like very self-sacrificing, willing to put themselves in like dire situations just to see the people they care about, you know, thrive. So it's not an exclusive problem to Nikki. And if anything, Nikki is like one of the ones that suffer lesser from it because he, you know, I don't know, he doesn't seem as unstable as the other characters we ranked beforehand. He said it in Hot Limit. He just said that he didn't want it but felt so bad. And even had low food for himself, he still took him in. Yeah. Yeah, like mouse issue. It's not really an issue. It's not an issue. I don't think so. If anything, the issue is not enough to hinder in Nikki's relationship with his future partner. He's almost... Oh man. When he saved Winnie. True. That is very true. That is very true. But again, it's like... You have to remember, this is Rini we're talking about. I'm pretty sure whatever partner Nikki chooses in the future, if he doesn't get together with Rini already, is the fact that it's... Okay, if you guys are wondering, I don't actively ship any of these characters together, okay? But I have seen the ship art, and I have seen that the ships do exist. Do I actively pursue them? No. But I do know that they exist, so... And low-key, Nikki and Rini's dynamic is adorable. Even though, as funny as it is how Rini keeps like pinching Nikki's cheeks. So I can't. I don't know. I'm just shrugging right now, like eh. But I don't think, again, Nikki's flaws, I don't think are enough to hinder his relationship with his partner. So I'm gonna put him in green all the way. Alright, chat. Undead time. Really, Nikki is really good considering Rini keeps calling Nikki his wife. Really? And Kwaku and Hera keeps calling them an annoying married couple. I actually kind of remember that. I kind of remember that. It's very prominent. Calling name, we are undead. It's fine. It's Riziki mentioned. Yeah. Alright, chat. Our next character is Rei, the older of the Sakuma brothers. Oh, it's Rei's. I didn't even realize. I'm so sorry. I have officially repented. I'm so sorry, Rei. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I have fully repented. I'm so sorry. Hold on, chat. Let me drink some water first. I think my throat is getting the better of me. Oh my god. I have repented. I have fully repented. I am guilty as charged. Oh my god, I can't. I can't. I cannot read this right now. I'm so sorry, Rei. I'm so sorry. Rei and Izumi. I'm so sorry to the both of you. Oh my god, my memory totally flew past my brain and I didn't remember that. I mean I didn't check the time, so that's probably the reason why, but yeah, I didn't check the time. Oops. That is That is a mistake on my part. Hi Yukaru, hello. I forgot today is Rei and Izumi's birthday. I'm so stupid. I forgot to check the time. Okay. I'm seeing... Okay, someone said Rei is 60-40, I think. I don't remember their birthdays by heart, okay? Oh man. I will eventually, maybe, but I always look at the wiki for their birthday. I don't need to remember. I get dates wrong. It's still November 1st. 1st of November here. Yeah. It's almost... It's pretty much 12 midnight for me. For my time zone. So yes, it is November 2nd for me now. Alright chat, what would you put Rei Sakuma? Rei... Okay, here's the thing about Rei, is that if you don't like a seductive partner, Rei is not for you. Because Rei would definitely be will definitely be very flirty with you when you get into a relationship with him. He's the type of guy that would definitely like... If you get what I'm putting down, it's like constant compliments. And to put it metaphorically, it's like he's basically blowing smoke up your chimney. So... I don't know. Rei is the type of partner that's not for everyone, I would say. But he definitely has things to bring forward to a relationship. So he's not the worst either. $60-40 towards green, maybe 50-50. It would take a while for him to be truly genuine. But put the grandpa persona away. True. Rei has the grandpa persona. Yeah. Oh boy, I'm trying to like think, but at the same time I'm also not thinking because my brain is not braining at the moment. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I just laughed, but yeah. 60-40? I think so. I think 60-40 is a good spot for him. Boy. You can definitely rely on him to have a very spontaneous relationship though. That's for sure. The relationship will not be boring. That's 100%. Also, you get to sleep in a coffin with him. I don't even know if he will cuddle his partner in a coffin. That'd be really cozy. If that's the case. But Passetti, if his partner has a sibling, he'd ask them advice for the relationship with Ritsu. True. That is very true. He... Okay, chat, I don't know about you, but if I was in a relationship with Ray and he offered me to sleep in his coffin with him, I would rather sleep on the lid or like sleep next to it. I would not sleep in the coffin with him. I, for one, am a very, very claustrophobic person. I hate tight spaces a lot. So yeah, I can't. I cannot. Whether it be with Rei or Ritsu, I probably cannot handle the claustrophobicness, I don't think. There's no way I'll be able to handle it. Even if they offer me to sleep in the coffin with them, I probably wouldn't be able to. But I don't know about the rest of you, but that's just me. Me being claustrophobic. I am afraid of a lot of things. Just the horror genre is not one of them. Alright chat, next is Kaoru. It's gonna be very tight there. Yeah. It's gonna be very tight in the coffin, for sure. So, nope. Kaoru. What do you guys think about Kaoru? Sorry, I was replying to something. If we're going off basic era, right? Kaoru is a very big red flag, but we are going off of music era, and that is exactly why I say music era. My name is Kaoru. Oh my god, the Kaoru Hagase introduction. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god, that was too good. Oh my god. I finally stopped laughing and I started laughing again. I can't. Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm tearing up, I swear. Music era Kaoru is much sweeter than basic era Kaoru. His character development is one of the best, for sure. You think he would be a good partner, but he's still not ready. He's not ready. He's 100% not ready. You can tell that he is still trying to figure stuff out in terms of that romantic aspect, especially after he kind of turned over a new leaf. So he's kind of get a new grasp at this relationship aspect. So ay. Music era Kaoru, would you say he's here? I might put him next to Ray. They're giving me the same vibe. Or right here. No. I think right here. He's definitely more good than... He's definitely more green than red now. So he definitely doesn't belong in the middle. So I would say here. If any objections, let me know, okay? But I think 60-40. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Yeah, apart from the fact that he's not ready and he's trying to like get a grasp at this new point of view at looking at relationships, I think he at least belongs in 60-40. Oh god. Let's got something up. Next up is Koga. Wolf boy. He grew. Karu grew a lot. He did. He grew a lot. In terms of both his character and like the way he carries himself forward. So Koga, he's another one that has very good like relationship aspect wise. Koga has the sense of responsibility. I literally just almost lost my train of thought again. He is definitely, he's a good boy. Yeah, I think his temper and like his ability to control his emotions is something that he needs to work on, but it's definitely something that, you know, can hinder a relationship, but it's not so bad. It's not so bad. And especially if like his partner is constantly reminding him about it. So it's definitely something that he can definitely fix with his partner's help. So it's not like the end all be all, you know. I would say he's more green than red, obviously, but where in green should he go is the question. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry, but whenever I look at the picture of Koga, I just think of like that little gray fur ball from Baku Baku Stars. I know I mentioned it so many times, but whenever I look at Koga, I just see that little ball of fur. I don't actually like see Koga like as this dude, like this tall dude, like who shreds the guitar. I just see the fur ball because it's so cute. I don't know why. He's a good partner, so no, but his anger issues is definitely something that can hinder, but I don't think it'll be that bad, so I'll put him here. Put him in 75% green, 25% red. I think it's a good place to put him, I think. Hopefully. Yeah, cause again, the anger issues is something that can be fixed with his partner's help. There's no limitation to that, so I think the problem being easily fixed is something that needs to be considered. Alright, chat. Before we get to this next person, right? I have a story to tell you all. If you don't mind, if we can take a quick break so I can tell you all this story. I remember I was supposed to mention it in the Honkai Star Rail stream I did last week, but I didn't do that. So I was thinking I can just shove the story in here since we're halfway done with our characters. And we can take a small break in between, as if you don't mind, I would love to just share this very quick, very weird, and very funny story with you guys. This happened to me in real life, just like maybe like 2 weeks ago, maybe. But of course, if you guys want to continue the tier list, I'm all open for it. But if you guys don't mind pausing here to hear this very quick story I have, just to add a little bit of comic relief to this stream. I know this stream is already very fun, but like, I would love to share this very funny story with you guys, because I don't even think it's that believable, but you know, it still happened anyway. Oh my gosh, I would say I would say that this story is definitely something very unexpected for me, but the story is not Unstar related, by the way, so it's just something that happened to me that I thought I could share with you guys, because it's just funny. But just let me know. If you guys want me to share the story, I would. But if you guys don't, we can continue with the stream. I'll let you guys decide on that. Because taking a quick break would be... It adds a good, like, spacing in between, like, the first half and the second half. Go ahead. Okay, so story time. This should be a segment because there's so many shit that happens in my day-to-day life that is just so unexpected that it should be a segment like story time with Ayame. I have so many stories to tell, but this is something this happened like 2 weeks ago, maybe? And okay, so it was it's the end of October, but basically this happened mid-October. It was around like the 15th of October when I don't know why, but I was sitting at I'm sitting at my desk right now. This is where I stream with my setup and everything. But I was just sitting at my desk. I wasn't streaming, but I suddenly smelled something very gross in my room, and I didn't know where it was coming from. So I decided to like get up to like kind of tell where the smell was coming from. And my desk is like at the furthest corner away from my room's door. So I was like, okay, maybe if I go to my doorway, if it still smells, it means my whole room smells bad, right? But no, when I went to my room's doorway, I couldn't smell it anymore. And in actual fact, it's only when I sit in my chair, this very squeaky chair, I'm getting a new one, but it's only when I sit in my chair, that's when I smelled the very bad smell. And if you're wondering what the bad smell was, it basically smelled like poo, okay? It literally smelled like something you would smell at a dumpster, okay? It smelled that gross, okay? And I'm a person with a very sensitive nose. If you're thinking about like, oh, which of the 5 senses is my strongest, it's definitely my sense of smell, because my sense of smell is very sensitive. So I decided to ask my family, like, can you guys come and sit in my chair and see if you can smell anything? And they all said no. So I was like, huh. So I ignored it for like a good week or so, because I was like, maybe it's just my imagination. And I decided to like, freshen up a bit more. Maybe it's my own body odor and sweat. So I decided to like take longer showers, use more deodorant, all that stuff. But the smell was still there, and I could confirm it's not my body odor or anything. So okay, here's the part where it gets funny. So oh god, okay. There was one of those days I couldn't take the smell anymore. So I was like, I'm gonna figure out what it is. So it was just in the middle of the day, and I was on that day I wasn't streaming. So the day I found out, I was not streaming. If I found out, then I would end stream actually, because of what it was. But basically I saw in my house, in my living room, there was a lizard, like a live lizard crawling around on our walls. I mean, when it comes to my family, we don't deal with lizards. We just let them crawl around the walls because lizards are not harmful. They eat mosquitoes and insects and stuff, and if you don't bother them, they won't bother you, right? If anything, they'll run away from you. So that's how my household handles lizards. Unless they really get in the way, like let's say like my mom is like doing some chores or something, or like if any of us are like doing stuff in the kitchen and whatnot, and of course kitchen has food, right? So if that's the case, we would catch the lizard and put it outside. But normally if they are found in any other room, we would just leave them alone. Sorry. Now I was just like, and I asked my mom like, hey, how long has that lizard been crawling around, right? Because I've not seen it. And she said, oh, it's been around for like a couple of days. It went into my room, it went into the kitchen, but it crawled out of the kitchen, and then it went into the entryway and stuff. And I was like, okay. And then okay, all right, here's where things, I was shocked. But basically after that conversation, I don't know why, but like I entered my room and I was like getting ready for bed, and then I realized that my wires were tangled up, and I was like, you know what, I should just go and untangle those before I go to bed, because my wires are not, I don't have that many wires underneath my table. It's just like a few chargers I have and stuff, but I still would like to, I am an organized person, so I do want to like organize it a little bit before I go to bed. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do it. When I looked under my desk, I was like, what? Underneath my desk there's no light anywhere, so it's very dark. And then I was like, there's this like black dot, like this black line across the floor underneath my desk. And I was like, what the hell is that? And then I took a closer look and it was like, oh my gosh, it's a lizard. There was a lizard underneath my desk. I was like, okay, I don't want the lizard to be, you know, crawling around my ceiling when I sleep because I'm unconscious, right? So I decided to get a jar to I decided to go get a jar and you know, catch the lizard and put it outside. When I tried to get the lizard out using like the stick that I found, it was not moving. I was like, oh god, like don't tell me that it's, you know, like I was like, oh no, don't tell me it's what I think it is, because the lizard was not moving. When I was tapping it, it was not moving. I was like, oh no. And then I was like, I decided to call my mom because my mom is more brave than me, because I don't want to, because my skin is very sensitive as well, so I don't like to like handle like get too close to insects and stuff. I'm not scared of insects per se, like spiders, all those caterpillars and stuff, they don't scare me, but because my skin is so sensitive, I tend to want to stay away from them because they give me a rash. Do I have cats? If my cat tends to catch them, play, and not eat them at all. I technically have a cat, but it's not like my cat, if that makes sense. My cat doesn't live with me. It's a cat that belonged to my grandparents, who now lives with my cousins. So technically, that cat belongs to the whole family, but she doesn't live with my family specifically. She lives with my cousin's family. But I would love to have a cat. But back to the story. So, in short, I went to my mom and asked her, can she check it out? And it turns out, yes, the lizard did lose its life underneath my desk. She even told me it was flipped over and it was dry. It was dry. I was like, oh my god, no. So it turned out the bad, and ever since she took the lizard out, the bad smell went away. So it was underneath my desk, flipped over and dried. It was flipped over underneath my desk and dried as a bone for like a week. I was like, oh my gosh, the fact I didn't even check. But honestly, I wouldn't have, because, you know, it was at the farthest corner of my desk, underneath my desk. I like, who looks under there on a daily basis? I don't think anyone looks under their desk on a daily basis. So yeah, I didn't notice it at all, because I didn't even notice the lizard crawling around my walls or anything. So I was like, how did he even end up down there? Like, it was on the floor as well. So I was like, what? My assumption is like it crawled underneath the desk, like underneath like because the desk has like the surface, right? It has a surface where you put your stuff on it. I assume it crawled underneath the surface, and then it just so happens to lose its life and then drop down on the floor. That's why it was flipped over when my mom found it. I was like, oh man, R.I.P. Mr. Lizard, for real, man. I feel really bad, but it's like there was nothing I could do because I didn't even know there was a lizard in my room to begin with. So, oh man. Hand on heart, I would have put the lizard outside if it was still alive, but it wasn't. So I had to call my mom to come in and remove it. So, dang. Yeah, so I don't know what lesson learned from this is. It's like check underneath your desk daily. I don't know. I don't know anymore. But that's the story. It was unexpected because honestly, chat, I was streaming for a good few days before I found that lizard, by the way. So you can, like, I forgot which week it was, but there was one weekend, Saturday and Sunday, I was streaming, and I could just smell it. And then, yeah. So, yes, while I was streaming, I don't know which one, there was a lizard flipped over and dried out underneath my desk. And I didn't even know. Lesson is get a cat. I wish, Nova. I wish I could get a cat. But unfortunately, my family does not approve of getting a cat, so yeah, I unfortunately cannot get a cat. I would, but maybe when I move out I would, but not for now. They won't eat it, but catch the lizard and play around with them. Yeah, but unfortunately I don't own a cat and my family doesn't want one, so that is very unfortunate. But that's the story for you guys. Hopefully that was entertaining. It's sad, but hopefully it was entertaining in some way. I would love to get a cat though. One day I will. When I'm older, I will get a cat. When I'm more independent. Anyway. But that was the story. Hopefully you guys find that entertaining somehow. As sad of a story that is, but... Next we have Adonis. We have Adonis. Adonis lover out there, I know who you are. Let it out. You can let out all the green flags about him that you want. I'm not gonna say my opinion on Adonis because I have someone that can clearly say anything about Adonis and I will not argue with that person, so yeah. That was a crazy one. Yeah, it was a crazy... It's crazy, right? The fact that I can go like a week without knowing. But I wouldn't have thought to look under my desk because the smell really came from like in my... like when I'm sitting on my chair. But the smell kind of went away when I like kind of like bent down towards the floor. So I was like... So that's why I didn't think about looking underneath my desk. I don't know. It's just awkward now. R.I.P. Mr. Lizard, really. The only flaw that Adonis has is the initial part of opening up to him, but that's not really a flaw. It's more of like his background with his sisters. But if that's like his biggest flaw, which is not even that big of a flaw to begin with, you know, it's, you know. You've never seen Adonis hater, he's just that loved. I've never seen an Adonis hater either, yeah. You don't need to be a fan of Adonis to know that he's a great guy, period. There's just nothing to hate, no. He's a gentle giant, like that's blah 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 blah. That's what Adonis is. He's just gentle giant, period. Like, in general, he is the most green flag, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm looking at everyone again. He's probably the most green flag for like a starting relationship and gradually getting better. But it's like, of course, there is a character for everyone. So for me, Adonis is not like my perfect partner, in my case. He's a very big green flag for sure, but he's not in terms of my specific preference and like what I need in a partner. That's Adonis doesn't fulfill that role, so which is unfortunate, but yeah. Adonis needs the least explanation to go where he is right now. But anyway, moving on. Tomoya. Huh. Tomoya is like... I have a lot to say about Nazuna. Not that much about Tomoya, unfortunately. Tomoya is great. But again, it's like... Is he the greenest flag? I don't think so. Because I'm pretty sure Tomoya has his own problems that he has to deal with as well. But I don't know if his flaws are flaws that are like easily fixable when he gets a partner or not. Or is it reliant on Tomoya resolving his issues by himself? He is relatively normal. I'll put it that way. He's definitely more stable than some of the red flags we have, but he is not perfect, so... I'm trying to think, but at the same time, it's like, I cannot think. I'm just looking at the characters we have after, and I have so much more to say about them compared to Tomoya. You can't find a flaw either. You can't find a flaw. I mean, we have to think about like if you will have problems with communication or not, or if he has problems with bottling up with his emotions and stuff. He's at least 75%. I agree. But it's like if they have problem with communication, or if they bottle up their emotions too much, or if they you think it's more on himself. Yeah, that's true. You won't say he's the greenest. I don't think so either. I don't think he's the greenest because there's just something about these guys in the green all the way tier that it's like you can tell they're green all the way because there's one very specific thing about them that puts them clear of red flag territory, you know? Yuska, you're gonna... Thank you, Yukaru, thank you. You're gonna play a horror game, okay. Good luck, hopefully you don't get too scared. That's what Tomoya is like, you know. Tomoya, I can't think of a trait that will pull him out of like complete red flag territory, so it's like... Forced cause it was free. Oh, Yukaru. He has, but not too critical state of bodily emotions or being too close. True! That is true. But I think just to be safe, we will put Tomoya in 75% green, 25% red. Cause I am not too sure if he'll be super stable to rely on either. So... Nazuna on the other hand though, he is confirmed very, very, very reliable. When it comes to reliability, he is #1, I would say. He would drop everything to make sure that the people he cares about are 100% happy and, you know, vibing, and make sure they are just having a good day in general, and that's awesome. Not to mention his sense of responsibility. He would take care of you. Whoever Nazuna's future partner is, he would take care of them like through and through. But I am thinking about his past with Valkyrie and how it did affect him in some way. But they did come to terms with it now. And you know, Valkyrie and Rabbids have a good relationship with each other now, right? But... is it... Would you guys say Nazuna goes in green all the way or 75% green? There's definitely not enough red about him to put him in 60% green. So he's 75% green or green all the way, I think. It's like when you are a green flag. And he's a very green flag type of character, I think. Oh my god, my chat is lagging. When we get to MDU, we should check their wiki pages because they got updated recently. Don't worry, I'll make sure MDU will get. I'll make sure I can pull up the MDU wiki page. Don't worry about that. We'll definitely check their wiki pages. Don't worry. Hopefully you'll be back when we rank MDU, MA. Have a good lunch, yes. Nazuna is definitely green, yeah. Nazuna is like... I cannot think of... Okay, I don't think any of Nazuna's like flaws really hinder him, you know? Honestly, when I talk to other Enstars about Nazuna, this is not a problem for me because I love Nazuna the way he is. I think he's very cute, but a lot of people seem to have an issue with his height. Which is so sad because it's like, come on, his height is not that bad, and plus it doesn't change who he is, so come on, give him a chance. Why are you gonna judge a dude by his height? And it was multiple people too, so I was like, man, why? Why are you gonna judge the dude by his height? But hey, people has their own preferences, I guess, so... Eh. I just wish there was like, you know... I don't know. It's like, Nazuna's already perfect, honestly, for me. I wouldn't change anything about him. Hello, Kurai. You love my VTuber model? Thank you! Thank you so much! Alright, Kino. We are at Mitsuru. Go ahead. You can spill everything you want to put him in green all the way. I'll let you take center stage for chat right now. Spill what you want to. We're all here to listen. But thank you, Kurai, for the compliment. Thank you. Okay, you know, well, everyone, you can put your opinion on Mitsuru in chat really quick, where you want to put him. I'm just gonna grab the Melodira's wiki page so that we can look at them in more detail. Yeah, we can look at them in more detail once we get to them. I've been on this website so many times and I still cannot navigate it properly. But I keep forgetting that they don't necessarily have they don't have like a panel. They're in the group and then you click on them individually. Bruh. Okay. You're staring at Kurokiro with such love in your eyes. Aww, well, you know where he gets put. Okay, Kurai, just to give you a bit of context where this is going, is everyone in chat... Okay, when we get to a character, I will give my opinion, of course, because, you know, I speak to you guys, right? And you guys type your opinion in chat. I will look at everyone's opinion, and I will put where I think is like, not say the average, but it's like where is the most deserving. So, if you have a bias, you can fight for them as much as you want, because it will increase the odds of them being in a more green flag than a red flag zone. For example, I was gonna put Rini up here in red 75%, green 25%, but Kino, who is in chat right now, Kino gave a very good argument that made me push Rini down more to a more green flag zone. So you are allowed to be as biased as you want for this, because if you're more biased to a character, you have more info about them, which is important for this tier list, because I'm not like, you know, knowledgeable on every one of these characters. You would put Rini 100% because you're biased against him? Oh. Okay, hold on, Kino, let me read your chat really quick. There's a thing about Mitsuru, he's open, his emotions are not bottled up. He's pretty much the type of to fix a problem on site, which you find very good. And another thing is when he's supportive, not like, you know, he went as high self-confidence, he wants others to have it too. So it's just like, you like characters like that. The only problem you find in Mitsuru is he might rush a bit like Shaki. And just like other characters, he works a lot. You vote for him to be at least 40% green for Rini. Yeah, you did. Very good argument, Kino. Very, very good argument. You did a very good argument. Okay, when you mentioned about Mitsuru, is that the only flaw of Mitsuru though? If it is, then Mitsuru goes in green all the way. If Mitsuru has more flaws, he goes into 75% green, 25% red. You want to type more about Mitsuru, but there's a thing, there's barely anything about him that caused him he had barely any events. True. Mitsuru's previous event is very old at this point. Get on that, Happy Elements, please. We need more rabbits lore. More Mitsuru lore, actually. That would be useful. You know the characters super well anymore to be able to fight for them. You lead by your heart, so you'll be lurking. Sure, Kurai, sure. Don't worry about it. It's okay. If you have anything to say about the character, just voice it out. Because again, this is very opinionated. This is where we all get to yap, basically. These tier list streams is just basically for us to yap. This is why I love doing tier lists. With you guys especially. Because everyone is so chill about each other's opinion. And we don't disrespect any character, which is another very good thing. Alright, chat. I think... Alright, Kino. Since there's no one in chat that is like, you know, going against your point of view on Mitsuru, I will put him here. Because again, it's like, I can see it actually. I can see that Mitsuru will be that type of guy. And if really that is the only flaw he has, which is the same flaw as Shaki, he'll go in the same tier as Shaki, so... Oh god, okay. Alright. Oh, next is Hajime! My boy. For those of you who don't know, there's a highlight on my channel where I share the story of how I fell in love with Hajime. I will not share it here because that'll be repetitive, but yeah, Hajime is someone who I hold very dear to my heart. He is Raj and he's emotionally very expressive. Might be a bit impatient, but he doesn't hide anything and it's closer to what Koga and Koaku have. I think it's fixable. Alright. Yeah, we'll put Mitsuru in green all the way. Oh, Hajime. I don't know where to put Hajime if I'm being honest, because it's like... I would say he's green all the way, but he kind of lets people walk over him too easily. And that's kind of like a big flaw, so... I am saying it from a very biased perspective as well, so I don't want to get my bias too ahead of myself, but... Oh, bruh. Let me think. Your duty has 3.5 on Mitsuru. I saw that, Kino. I saw that before you deleted it. Kino, I saw that. Your duty of one of the 3.5 fans of Mitsuru is done. It's okay. No, Mitsuru's not a bad character. He's just heavily disliked for some reason. chat. I want to put Hajime in green all the way. Do I have any objections to that? I kind of put Hajime in green all the way, not gonna lie. Because again, it's like the flaw of Hajime is he lets people walk over him too much. But it's like, that's not really a very big thing. I feel like Hajime deserves it, you know? He kind of deserves green all the way, not gonna lie. Because like he has the sense of responsibility, he's hardworking and stuff. Hi Zoe, hello, hello. Hajime has like, he's hardworking, he has a sense of responsibility, he's generous as well. And he just does whatever he can to like make the people he cares about happy. And it's like, that's like the base foundation of what you need in a relationship. So I don't think Hajime's flaws are enough to like bump him down any. Because again, it's like his circumstances is something that he cannot control. And if anything, he's doing his best to like get himself out of that situation. So that's very admirable. Good night, Nova. Good night. Thanks for dropping by the stream, Nova. Good night. He's a side because people don't like his voice or looks, but he's a cutie. Everyone in Rabbids is a cutie. I'm gonna put Hajime in. It's green. He's green all the way. Yeah, he is. Hopefully the live is not too delayed for you guys. Because I have a feeling it is when I'm looking at chat. So hopefully it's not too delayed. Because that would be bad. Hopefully the chat is not so delayed. Okay. Yeah, Hajime's problem is quite fixable. Especially once he gets a partner, so. Alright, chat. We've reached the end of Rhythm Link. The last group in Rhythm Link. Akatsuki! First, Kaito. Oh boy, okay. The thing about Kaito is that he is a very strict guy. Which, you know, it's not everyone's cup of tea. But there are people who, you know, would need someone like Kaito to balance them out, especially if they're too much of like, especially if they're like a person that doesn't get motivated easily. They'll need Kaito to give them the push, but again, it's like that is for a specific type of partner. So, but in general, is Kaito a green flag? He will probably always have his partner's best interest at heart. That's one thing that I can safely say. But whether or not he would be like a... But whether or not he would be like, you know, like fully supportive, maybe not. I'm pretty sure like if let's say his partner has to make a decision and the decision is not something Kaito likes, Kaito would let them know. Kaito and his partner are gonna be writing fanfics. Maybe. Perhaps. Perhaps. I can kind of see that happening. But is he more of a green than or red? I feel like if he's going to treat his partner like his unit is gonna be very, very green flag. True. But again, of course, this is us assuming that the way they treat their friends in Ensemble Stars is not too different from how they treat their partner. Especially if, you know, they take their relationship seriously, which I'm pretty sure all of them would. When they get into a relationship, all of them will take it seriously. So if anything, they'll treat their romantic partner better than their unit or their friends. Bye, Virus. Bye-bye. Thank you for dropping by, Virus. Thank you so much. Kaito is like... He's he's like, I think. Alright, chat. Do you want to put Kato in green all the way or 75% green? Because for me, Kato is too strict, if in my opinion. So I am kind of like speaking a bit of bias against him, because I personally don't like characters like of his archetype. But you know, you think 75? I think so too, because his personality cannot radiate with like everyone he meets. So there are people who will like get off on the wrong footing with him, I'm pretty sure, because of his very extreme and strict personality. So we just have to go off that. That's true, because the unit is like Kato's closest relationship. Alright, next is Kuro. Okay. Let me think about this for a second here. Kuro is more of a green flag than a red. The problem is, how much of a green flag is he? Because not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure even though Kuro gets a partner, I have a feeling that he'll probably still prioritize his sister over his partner, because he loves his sister that much, you know. Because I've seen a lot of people say that Kuro loves his sister so much to the point where it's a siscom. So it's like, if that's the case, then it's kinda... It's not hard to believe if he were to prioritize his sister over his partner when he gets one. So, I don't know. My knowledge on Kuro is quite limited, but from what I know of Kuro, there's nothing bad about him. It's more of like, will he prioritize his partner over his sister or not? Or like, will he see his partner and his sister on equal footing? You have to read more stories to check this part. I mean, that's what I've been told. I've been told Kuro loves his sister so much to the point it's like a siscom. I could be wrong, but if anyone in chat can correct me, please do. But that's what I've been told, that Kuro really loves his sister. So I don't know. I don't know if that'll put hinder in relationships or not. I mean, of course, the love you share with your partner and the love you share with your sibling is obviously different, but it's like, there is a point in time when like, it's like you need to see them both on an equal footing, or like, most people will prioritize one over the other. So, I'm not too sure where to put him, man. I'm wrecking my brain, chat. I don't know where to put him. I don't know where to put him. You would say max 75% because you're not really sure. Okay. Just to be safe, I'll put him here too. I think that would be the safest bet. Safest bet. Alright. Next is Soma. Alright. For Soma, he has the same thing with Mika, where he kind of relies too much on Kato. Like how Mika relies on Shu. To the point where it may get in the way of their relationship. He is great from point of view of other characters, but you generally don't know true Kuro. That's true. I don't know much about Kuro either, so that's the safest bet. But back to Soma, he is like... Did I put someone in the red flag? No. The reddest flag so far is Ibarra, and he's 75% red, 25% green. If anything, probably no one goes up here, if I'm being honest. But only one way to find out, right? We're thinking very logically here. Because again, if a character has positive traits, we have to we have to account for those too. We are just like, oh, this person has one very bad trait about them, and we disregard every other good trait they have. So, well, we have to take. We'll also have to take account of everyone's opinion as well. So, but back to Soma, he is like, I would say he's like 75% green, 25% red, because again, 60-40. Oh, Kino, why? He needs a lot of work to fix his issues right now. True, very true. He is, in terms of like issue-wise, compared to Kuro and Keito, he probably needs the most effort to fix his issues. But the thing is, he will put in the effort though. So I would say he's 75%, 25%, but he's also extremely explosive emotionally wise. That is true. Soma is one of those characters that has the most like emotional conflict, I feel. He has problems with communicating and understanding, but yeah, he will try his best. Yes, that's the thing! I feel like he will put in a lot of effort. If anything, he'll put in the most effort out of everybody. Oh, man. This is probably the toughest one yet, because I don't want to be, you know... I know I'm very biased to Soma, but at the same time, it's like I cannot ignore the flaws that he has too. When it's probably 1,500% of his power. Yeah, I know, right? My brain. Oh my god, my brain. When he does probably cover. Hi, Clovers. Hi. Maybe if he does probably 1,500% of his power. Oh, we have a Twisted Wonderland fan. Adorable. Quick announcement for all you twisties out there, those people who play Twisted Wonderland. I am planning to play it next week, so stay tuned for that. Next week is probably my first stream with Twisted Wonderland, where I share my opinions about them, and you guys get to see my account and stuff. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. Next week I'll probably play Twisted Wonderland. Judging by like my schedule, I'm pretty sure next week there won't be any tier list streams, because I would have a stream for Star Rail, a stream for Twisted Wonderland, and of course every Sunday I stream Ensemble Stars, so yeah. Your favorite is Adia? I can't wait to talk about our favorites when I stream Twisted Wonderland. Stay tuned for next week, guys. It'll probably be next Saturday. Yeah, the Twisted Wonderland stream. It'll probably be next Saturday, so stay tuned for that, guys. For real. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And I can't wait to share my favorite with you guys, if you guys really don't know who that is. It's okay. Cater is just a cutie. It's just not put on your profile picture. Cater is adorable, man. I love Cater. I call him K-kun. He is social media savvy. Not sure about Soma. It's either 75 or 60. Yeah, I think so. Okay, honestly, just to keep it poetic, I'll put him with his senpais. When you say your favorites from Project Seika and Stars Twist, you sound somewhat crazy. It's fine, Clovers. It's okay. It's okay. Ibuki. Kino, you have to give your opinion here, because Ibuki, I try to stay as neutral as possible in order to like cater to everyone's opinion, because I am aware that there are people who probably watch my streams that don't have the best taste of Ibuki, so I need to try to be as neutral to him as possible. But there's nothing wrong with him, I'll say. If you put him, it's gonna go 60% red. Oh my god, Kino! You don't know much about new characters, you can say it's okay. Don't worry, Clovers, it's okay. I'm gonna put our headcanons, dude's gonna go go with Ibarra. Hey Candace is gonna go with Ibarra. You would say he's oh god. 60% red. What? Okay. You like him? He seems sweet. Oh, Clovers, you have no idea about this character. He just sees Azu. He just sees Azu. He doesn't like how he looks and just beats him. That is true. He's like kind of a bit too violent, if that makes sense. Very, very impulsive behavior. Yeah, he looks like Totoro, looks like him, they fight. Yeah, that's like one of like the first things we know about Ibuki is that he loves to like pick fights for some reason. I still don't understand why. But oh man. Ibuki is definitely red. If you're gonna if it's pointing out all of that. If your Global is getting Ibuki and Esupuri soon. Yes! Yes! Can't wait for you guys to get Esupuri and Ibuki in. You love him, he's explosive and impulsive. He's too explosive and impulsive. Yeah, that can be a preference, but it's like, is it a green flag? Is it healthy for a relationship? Unfortunately, the answer is no. So, unfortunately, we have to put Ibuki in red. Not 100% red, I don't think. But doesn't Ibuki share a VA with Deuce? Yes, he does. Ibuki shares the same VA as Deuce. Deuce Spade from Twisted Wonderland. And tried to give bear body to him. He literally offered a bear and asked if he and Anzu can kiss. Really? Did he actually? Oh my god. Dude. Okay. Okay, Kino. Where would you put Ibuki? Based on what you know about him, where would you put Ibuki? He shares Chucky. He shares Chucky Kobayashi. Oh yeah, Little Kenta from Paralive and Kaka from 18 Trip. Oh, he was like, oh yeah, can we kiss? Oh god. Oh, that's funny. But Kino, where would you put him? Your opinion. From what you're putting down, I feel like he goes in red. Ibuki and Deuce sharing overwhelming urge to fight. That is true. Your personal take green all the way. Yeah, but realistically, you physically can't date him. True. But there's good parts about him, so he's very passionate. Alright. He killed a bear with his bare hands. Wow, okay. Wow, Ibuki. Wow. Don't know if I can even say that word on stream, but oh well. We'll find out, I guess. Oh man. Okay, this is a toughie here. This is a toughie. This is a toughie. Okay, Kino. Does he go in 75% or 60%? I'm really trying to like give him a chance, but it's like if you're gonna put it that way, it's a little bit dangerous, don't you think? You'd say yellow. Huh. With Rini. Okay. Okay. We'll be a little bit lenient. Okay. I like how Ibarra is still the reddest flag of them all. And I was partially expecting it, but it's still very funny. But thankfully no one's up here yet. Yet. There may be someone up there. I just knocked against my mic. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry if I messed up the audio, guys. Oh my god. Okay. Yay, we reached my favorite group! Nice! Ibarra's Ibarra. Yeah, Ibarra's just Ibarra. Playing 5D chess, I know, right? You can't put Ibuki with Ibara. Ibuki doesn't deserve it. I don't think so either. Because again, Ibuki has growing up to do. He's definitely still very young, so he has not met the, he's not at the maturity stage yet, if that makes sense. One thing I love about Tsukasa that is very good for relationship is his willingness to learn from his mistakes. The problem is he's also very stubborn. Hi, Ame. Hi. We just got to nights, Ame. Okay, back to Tsukasa. Like I said, I like his willingness to learn and his willingness to like learn from his mistakes and learn new things. The problem is he is very stubborn, which is very prominent in the Knight's stories specifically. He is very king-like, that is true. 75% green, yes. I would say his stubbornness keeps him from total green. Especially he still has a lot to learn. He still has a lot to learn. What's this, 75%? Yeah, I think 75%. I have the wiki page ready for Melodiras, by the way. So... Well, we can take a look at those in a second. The duality between him and Tori. True. That's why they are both like in opposite spectrum of the tier list. Leo. I call Leo like Mr. Talented. Because in my opinion, Leo is the most talented of them all. Because Leo seems to be like the most all-rounder. He can write, he can compose, he can produce. Even though produces, I don't even know if produce is the correct word, but like he can write and compose songs, he can sing, he can dance, he has very good stage presence, and he's just an all-rounder talented person, so. Leo is 75% at least because he's biased, because bias is strong. The thing is, Leo's issues is not bad for a relationship. It's just his internal conflict with himself, you know? If y'all know, if anything, the most his partner has to do is literally make sure he gets enough sleep and also carry a marker with them. Just in case Leo gets a burst of, like, inspiration and he needs to scribble it somewhere. That's all his partner needs to do, really. But Leo has the sense of responsibility because, you know, he takes care of his sister, so that's another plus point for him. He'll treat his partner like a muse. Oh yeah. Marker and notebook LMAO. Yeah! But that's all you really need to do for Leo. It's like, make sure he just doesn't get too ahead of himself, you know? Love Leo, you know he's not all green, but he's all green. What is like he's like majority green. But again, some people cannot handle his eccentricness, and I think that's what holds him back. So I'm gonna put him in 75% green and 25% red. Same can be said for all the overworkers in Enstars. True, that is true. This is like the main thing is to make sure they don't get ahead of themselves. Honestly, like for most of them. Oh, Izumi. Senna. Second birthday boy. Yeah! Happy birthday, Izumi! For real, happy birthday, Izumi. But for real, but eccentricness to say, I'll see myself out. I mean, Leo is eccentric. Leo is eccentric. 75% red, moving on. I mean, chat, come on, like, Leo is eccentric, right? I think Leo can be classified as eccentric. Like, I don't know how else to describe his behavior besides eccentric. Like, the way he behaves is very much like the eccentric 5. So, Leo honorary 6 eccentric, yeah. You already hear him scream, you-kun in your mind. Yeah. 75% are all red. I mean, Izumi is the clear cut. Izumi, the way he treats his partner would definitely be very similar to how he treats Makoto, right? He'll be clingy, he'll follow them everywhere. And if we take Makoto as his future partner, it's not healthy at all. Especially if his partner doesn't feel the same way. But I'm trying to think if there's any positive qualities about him that can help him pull down a few pegs, you know? Because again, if there's positive traits, I don't want to put them in all red, because all red is a very big claim to make. So, you love him, he gets Kino privileges. He gets Kino privileges. It's because you have a bad relationship with this man for... It's because you have a bad relationship with this man for 3 years. Oh god. He's very protective. He is. He won't let anything happen to the people he loves, for sure. Izumi is stubborn too. That is true. Izumi is definitely more red than green. He's very protective, true. It can be double-edged sword. But it'll be good. Yeah. Would you guys say he's more of like a... Would you guys say he's like 75% red or 60% red? Or even like 50-50, if you guys think he's complete yellow in terms of like how green flag or red flag he is. %, even if it's a small help, he will grunt. He will be mumbling about how annoying, but still do stuff for you. True. 60 because you give him privilege. Okay, we have 2 people saying 75% though, so he goes next to Ibar. Sorry for all the coughing, chat. I'm doing a lot of talking today, so. But I have water with me, don't worry. That's the one thing I prepare before every stream is water. Arane! Big sister Arashi. She's green, man. I mean, her crush with Akiomi is a bit concerning, but apart from that, I think she's green flag. She'll take care of you. And she'll give you massages. Take you to the spa. So you can get treatment. So you can chill. Arashi is a green flag in my eyes, honestly. I cannot think of much of red flag for her. Apart from the fact that, you know, sometimes she can get a bit too passionate about stuff. But that's not really big of a red flag, to be honest. If anything, that's a green flag because, you know, she knows what she likes. She's so nice and protective. Yeah! She will make sure you're okay. Yes, that's another thing. She has initiative. Which is a flaw that we mentioned for Nagisa. She has the sense of initiative. She'll take initiative, basically. You sense a nice bias. Clover says, knowing damn well she's gonna be biased for Switch. Okay. I am very biased to Knights. It's well known to my community that my favorite group is Knights, so yeah. I mean, my favorite character doesn't come from Knights, but Knights is still my favorite group. Arashi is queen, yeah. I'll say she goes here. Any objections, just let me know, okay? But I'll say she goes in green all the way. Her flaws are not enough to bunk her down at all. Clovers, you're gonna be very biased towards Switch. Don't worry, you're allowed to be as biased as you want, like I said. So you feel free to fight for whoever you want to put in green all the way, because I'll be willing to hear it. You want her as a friend? She'll make a great friend. She'll make a great bestie. Oh, Ritsu! Ritsu is my comfort character in Enstars. He's not my favorite anymore. He used to be my favorite. He's not anymore, but he's still my comfort character. So I am biased to Ritsu as well. The thing about Ritsu that's a red flag, if you really count it as a red flag, is his abandonment issues. So he will cling to his partner a lot. Ritsu is 60-ish for you? It's 60% green, 40% red. Okay. Everyone else? Feel free to provide reasoning as well. Oh, I got Mitsuru Tenma in my chat. Wow. Hello. Ritsu's 50-50, is super clingy and has attachment issues. He does. He has attachment issues. I don't want to say he's like 75% green, because I know that is a very big issue that can lead to trouble in terms of like relationship wise. So even though my bias is screaming at me to put him at green flag, I know I shouldn't. So it's a Sakuma brother drama. He might be a bit too clingy, but you do like it's not too much. It's not too much, yes. It's not too much. It's not too much. But the thing about, like, again, that is like the whole point of like what do you call it, like preference, right? If you want a clingy partner, then Ritsu will be perfect. But it's like, in terms of like normal circumstances, it's like if you want a partner that lets you have freedom, Ritsu is a hard choice, because he would want to be with you like as many hours of the day as he can. So yeah, if you get along with Ray, he might feel jealous. Oh yeah, definitely 100%. So it's like, so I mean, for me, Ritsu is more or less the perfect partner, honestly. But that's for me personally. I don't want to say that, you know, he is perfect for everyone, you know, because that's not the point for this tier list. So you guys can sound it off one more time in chat, just so I can see everyone's opinion. Like, where would you put him? Also, how much he sleeps, to be honest. True. But that's the thing, is like, but that's another concern for his partner, actually, because if Ritsu accidentally falls asleep somewhere that is like very, very random, his partner will get worried about him if he doesn't like come back home and stuff. 50-50, 60% green. Okay, so it's like between 50-50 and 60% then, if that's the case. I'll put him in 75% green, but that's for my own privileges and like my own biasness to him. So like thinking like ooh. I'll say, I think 60. Okay. I'm not gonna let my bias scream at me too much. Because again, Ritsu's not my favorite. We'll get to my favorite in a second. But yeah, I'll put Ritsu 75% because bias. We'll put him in between. That's 60%. It's him, the start dash also for Ritsu. I'd say the tendency to pass out on Sun puts him 60-40. True. Ritsu is very, and when it comes to like, his partner will constantly worry about him. Clover, switch your beloveds. First is Natsume. Most of you already know my relationship with Natsume. Basically, he comes home in the gacha to me a lot. So Natsume, I would say he's the one that, you know, stalks me in the gacha system. So Natsume, green flag. Oh my gosh, the both of you. You're both adorable. But you say Natsume is green all the way? What about the rest of you? 75% because he does come off as stubborn, but he cares. He definitely cares. And another thing about Natsume that's probably a red flag that can be of concern is his inability to let go of the past. Because as much as, you know, it's important to remember lessons you've learned and like things that hurt you in the past just so that they don't hurt you again in the future, Natsume takes it to heart a little bit too much. So his events with the eccentric five falling apart and everything, it kind of hinders in his mental well-being. So it can kind of put a hinder in his relationship if he lets small little things get to him too much. So I would say he's 75% green, but yeah. Like his stubbornness is huge, unlike a lot of other characters. True, his stubbornness is huge. Natsume is very stubborn. I have so many Natsume lovers in chat. Oh, you guys are so cute. It definitely shows the dynamic with Tsumugi at times. Yeah. You do find how he dogs on Tsumugi every once in a while. He does. But it's really 60%, he can be really secretly a struggle showing his emotions. But honestly, going by my own biasness, I would say Natsume goes here. He's my second favorite in the franchise, so I'll say 75% green, 25% red. Because again, his flaws can be balanced out if he finds a good partner that's willing to listen to him. He needs a partner that's a good listener. Tsumugi is green flag, really? Love to hear your reasoning, guys, because I am personally not a big fan of Tsumugi, so I'm gonna need some convincing here. Because all I see in Tsumugi is like, you know, basic era Tsumugi where he's like, you know, being a simp for AG and stuff. But of course, this is going with music era Tsumugi, so I cannot use that to judge him. So, guess your favorite, totally hard. Tsumugi's your favorite, isn't he, Clovers? You can fix Natsume, don't worry. I believe you can. I believe you can. I believe you can, MA. Tsumugi green flag, but he has his own problems he needs to figure out. You're a bit tired, so you'll let everyone hit it for Sumu, Sora, and Madara and active on the new ones. Or maybe Sora. Kino, you'll come back for the new guys, I think. Oh god, I kind of like, oh man, what the hell did I click on? Oh my god, my butterfingers. I'm using another device to look at chat, so I accidentally clicked on something. He's really hardworking, but has problems putting everyone before himself. Right now does heals way better than at the start of middle of music. True. He lets go of his past now, finally. Yeah, finally. Okay, chat. So my brain is like maybe 60 green because he still struggles with overworking and facing his emotions. That is true. That is true. He pulls all-nighters. Okay. If that's the case, that means Mugi goes here. %75 green, 25% red. Okay. Soda! Soda, soda, soda. Okay. To quote his Feature Scout 1 side story? Oh, I didn't know that about him. That's a very cool fact. Oh, that's where it mentions he overworks and pull all-nighters, I assume. Sora! He... 75 at least. He... Sora has like this like atmosphere to him where it's like you can be around him and instantly feel happier, like click, because it's like he's so bubbly and so happy all the time that it rubs off on you without him even speaking to you. You know, you can just like walk, you can just like imagine yourself walking down the street and then you see Sora across the street buying something and you just instantly feel happier because he's just so cute and he's like so, you know, he just spreads joy without intentionally doing it, even though he would 100% intentionally spread joy. So full green. Is that what Sumugi said? I haven't slept for 3 days and I'm still fit as a fiddle. Wow, okay. Green. I think green. What is 75%? Okay, for those of you who know Sora very well, does Sora have a sense of responsibility? Because for a character to go in green all the way, I realize all of these characters have a sense of responsibility. So if Sora has a sense of responsibility, aka he can nurture his partner as much as his partner can nurture him, he will go here. So does Sora have a sense of responsibility or not? He does. He does have a sense of responsibility. You have a screenshot on your phone cause oh my gosh, Clovers. He does? Okay, I'll put him here. I'll believe you guys on that part. He has a lot of responsibility, like a sense of responsibility. Okay, I believe you guys on that one. Alright, we're almost at Asupuri. Madara! Mama dayo! Mama! I wish I could play that clip of Leo, man. I'm afraid of copyright though, so... He's walking red flag, but it doesn't matter because you're colorblind. Mama! Oh, that nickname is adorable. But... dude, he's a rocking red flag. I mean... he is kinda... I cannot deny that. And then you remember Double Face Mama. True. I miss Double Face, man. 50-50? I was actually thinking 50-50 for Madara too, because it's like, he has like this kind of like, you know, he treats people very well and stuff, but he's so sus. He is a sus guy. So it's like, you wouldn't want a guy that's too sus for a relationship, right? Oh my god, I can't with this. Oh my... it really matters that you're on his good side. Yeah, you need to be on his good side. He's mentioned looking for Ibarra once in his mini talks. Ooh, he's a red flag. This is someone who's making you unwell. He'll go after them. Oh, a more sus than basic. And somewhat music, Aichi. Oh man, okay. This is another toughie then. Would you guys say he goes in 50-50? Or, okay, would you guys say he goes in the tier with Aichi? Or the tier with Tori? I'm between these two. Because Aichi monologues everything. You guys are amazing. 50-50? I was thinking 50-50 too. Yeah, I think 50-50. I'll just plop him right there. Oh my gosh. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna turn on a toggle really quick. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Listen, chat. If you guys can't tell already, Esu's my favorite. I will not stop fangirling about him. Ever. I love Esu, and I'll fight till the end to put him in somewhere in the green category. And call Yume Apple. That's actually cute, Clovers, because he does look like Apple. Your time to shine then. Yeah, Kino. Esu, for me, is like... I don't know. For me, I just think he's a green flag. Okay, don't mind me ranting, guys. I'm so sorry, but like I said, we can be as biased as we want, okay? And that includes myself. But Esu's like the one character I'll fight this hard for, but... I would say Esu is a green flag. Like, more of a green flag. If anything, he's a total green flag because it's like... He is very... Esu is like the definition of like the amount of inner strength he has is crazy, because if like for those of you who are not aware, Esu and his father, spoiler alert everybody if you don't want to hear this, but like Esu and his father got into a plane crash, and Esu's father passed away from it, but Esu not only survived, but like he's still, even though he's still very mentally unstable, he is like, what do you call it? It's like he's able to like pull himself back up and just like enjoy life as it is as much as he can, and he makes good use of his time as well. And can I put Yuta down to 40% red? Why, Maya? Do you have a reason why? If you can, then I will. But this tier list is from everyone in chat's perspective. So if you have an argument to be made to put Yuta in 40% red, just let me know, okay? But back to Esu, his inner strength is insane. I love the way Esu carries himself forward to people, and is still able to express himself really well, even though he's still struggling with communication, of course. But like the fact that he's learning and he's willing to like try new things, I just find that very attractive. I can't put this as like you're both like I can't. Adonis is the most green flag on Stars. I mean, Adonis is already in the green flag tier, so. Chat, I really want to put Esu in the bottom tier, but I am trying my best not to sound biased. I'm trying my best not to be biased, but I don't know if I can put him anywhere else. If I'm being very honest. Because I don't think his flaws are something that his partner cannot fix, you know? And I'm pretty sure once his partners point out his flaws to him, he would definitely fix them, so... Oh, man. Chat, I'm going through, like, some kind of, like... I don't know. He's at least 75%. With the communication issue, you say 75. Okay. Alright. Let me turn off the toggle. But he's like 85% green, so lower tier. Look, yeah, true. You mostly joking, you love Yuta, but you also need to bully him. Aww, you don't have some reasons why he might be a little bit red flag though. You can list them out, Maya, don't worry. Everyone in this chat is very open to opinions, so yeah. Adonis has no enemies, I know, right? Thank you for dropping by stream, by the way. It's awesome to see that I have a community that's growing. It's very awesome. Thank you all so much for dropping my stream. dropping by my stream and just checking it out. It means the world to me, for real. Don't bully Yuta, you're gonna cry again. Aww. I'm gonna put Esu in green all the way just because Esu is more than 75% green, I feel. He's not 100% green, but if he's more than 75%, he'll go in the lowest tier. Of course, if there's any objections, just let me know, chat, okay? I'm always open to hearing your opinions on anything. Alright. He goes where Ibuki is. Ibuki's up here, by the way. For those people just dropping by. Oh, oops. Alright, Kino. Why do you think he goes in... Why do you think he goes with Ibuki? What is it? 60% red. Oh boy, here we go, maybe. You don't know much about SWE besides Raika, so... Okay, sure. Don't worry, Emmy. That's perfectly fine. He has the face of wanting to commit war crimes. Kana? Really? So the thing is, he's first do-all, very dummy kid for now. He has 0% communication tax first. He's bad with emotions. He barely feels them. He literally has to learn how to smile. Oh. Okay. You know nothing about any of them? Except for their names. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, for Kana, he's basically the emotionless one. That's pretty much what Kana is. He's also very... Silver, is that you? No, it's not like Silver. For Kana, it's like you can feel that he's very emotionless. For Silver, you can at least feel like he cares. But Kana is like, you barely feel like he cares. That's the difference between Kana and Silver. Kana's character development will persist forever, every new character. I mean, he'll probably get character development. He wanted to do a time machine to save Raika, but it's like, it's a bit of unhealthy love. It was a joke. Oh, Clovers. Here is for Kana to smile. Oh, it does? Oh my god. That is crazy. This tier list is taking a lot longer than I expected, by the way. But it is to be expected from tier list streams, so it's fine. I don't know how long we've been at it, so it's like 3 hours maybe. But to be fair, I spent the first half an hour yapping about random stuff and setting up the tier list, so the first half an hour doesn't count. First thing that comes to mind is Hinata's own words. He acts like an overbearing girlfriend. What? Towards Shinobu specifically. He's the only one Yuta invited onto. Oh my god. We do check only on music era right now. Yep. We're only checking on music era. Just to make it fair for the characters who are added after music era. Twins variety show. Because there's a lot of new people. Yeah, we're only considering their current personality. Oh my god, bruh. Okay, my brain is a little bit... It's running a little bit out of power, but... You know, once we get to a very particular character that I like, it will probably get reignited, so... I'll just have to wait it out until then. Alright chat, next is Yume. Yume is a red flag, period. His relationship with Esu is so unhealthy that even if I'm trying to think of like good traits about him, I cannot even think of one. I don't know if I'm overlooking anything, but it's like Yume for me can't, I don't know, like I can't think of anything positive about him that he can bring forward in a relationship, apart from the fact that, you know, he is good at taking care of people because he takes care of Esu, but he made Esu cry. I can't. Oh, Hinata does have, he's a very jealous relationship user usually. Yeah. You want to put Yume with Ibara? I mean, if no one else in chat has objections, I'll do it. So, all right, chat. You can sound out where you put Yume because yeah. I don't even want to say the relationship he has with Esu because it's just so messed up. It gives me post-traumatic. Yume is an asshole. He made Raika cry and made Hajime mad. If you make him Hajime mad, yeah, that's true. That feels mean to Ibara. Yeah, Yume is that much of an asshole. One of Yume's biggest traits is he refers to himself in third person, like Himeru does, but it's like Yume is not even subtle about like how mean he is to people, and that's a big no-no. So what bothers me is not only the fact that he is crazy about Esu, but also very rude towards everyone else. Right? Is Yume our first full red? I mean, oh my god, my audio is like, I am listening to a different song off stream. I have to play copyright free music for you guys, cause you know, YouTube, but I am listening to Spotify. Like always, whenever we do this tier list. Clover C said bad stuff about Tomoya and Hajime. I remember Hajime. And just remember Hajime is strong. Yeah. Hajime is a very patient person, so to see someone being able to tick him off, it just sets you in the wrong direction when it says that. If I stepped on landmine, then here I apologize for Yuta's troublesome behavior. 99% sure. 99% sure that Yuta's being compared to a landmine girl. Yume has a room to improve. Oh yeah. For now it's not happening. Nope. You wish it would. I would too. I wish too. They did save Shu and Izumi. We believe in Yume, but for now it's very hard to like him. Oh yeah. The fact he's so disrespectful towards his elders is very bad first impression. Alright. He's the first full red then. I was hoping we don't put anyone up here, but honestly, if anyone goes up there, it's definitely him, so. He won second in Rhythm Link strength competition. Oh wow! Only losing to Adonis? Wow! Oh my god, Hajime! Alright, chat. We have reached the final member of Esupuri before I have to bring out the Wikipedia for the wiki for the next four. We are at our Kleptomaniac boy. Sound out how you feel about Raika, guys. My opinion is quite neutral, so. Oh god. Oh yeah, chat. If you guys don't mind, if would it be okay if you guys call Juice by his actual name? Because I don't know what it is, but those nicknames that Twitter gave him rubs me the wrong way. So I would rather call the Melodiras members by their actual name, if you guys don't mind. Yeah, I would prefer if you guys call Melodiras as their actual name. The nicknames are no problem. I know exactly who you're talking about, but I'm not a fan of the nicknames. So would it be okay if you just say their actual names? Thank you so much, chat. Thank you. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you. But going back to Raika, Mr. Kleptomaniac. He's adorable though. But again, kleptomaniac, like, the tendency is not good for a relationship. You know? Like, I don't know. Just had to make the Jewish joke because someone referenced the whole Jews not Jews. Oh, okay. No problem. But thank you guys so much for understanding, for real. It just makes the stream more comfortable for me. Thank you. He's very clingy. He's a kleptomaniac. He has a lot of troubles with understanding for now. He has a lot of problems with communicating because he lacks of words for now. True. That is very true. Would he be in... You wanna pull away from topic so bad to talk about twist now? I know, chat. I know most of us are twisties here, okay? I know. I myself am too. I am too. But we have to stay on topic. We have to. If not, this stream will go on for way too long. And also, we can save all of the yapping for Twisted Wonderland next week, okay? Kana and Raika try their best to improve. True. I have a lot to say about Twisted Wonderland, by the way, guys. Like, just twist red, green flags, trust. Don't worry, chat. We'll definitely be doing a Twisted Wonderland tier list as well. But for all of you who don't know how I do tier lists, like, you guys can probably tell already that I take everyone's opinion. So these tier lists are normally not mine. I mean, my word has some weight in them as well, because obviously I'll put my own opinion in, right? But I will take account everyone's opinion. So if you guys go back to my other tier lists, all those tier lists are mainly from my chat's average opinion, basically. 60%? No, 60%. Yeah, 60%. Alright. Melodiras. Feel like his sheer passion, actual want to be better, covers his flaws. True. Alright, chat. Time for Melodiras. Let me get the wiki out. Chat, I'm gonna be very honest with you right now. I kid you not, ever since the stream started, I turned on my Spotify and I turned on the Melodira song Mellow Addiction, and I've been listening to it up till now. It has been on loop for the past 3 hours. I am not kidding. I love that song so much. I think this is how I do it, right? Yep. Alright, first is Juice. All these advertisements are gonna get the better of me. Alright, chat. For those of you who haven't seen his full body, here it is. There's his design. Yeah, Mellow Addiction is so good. 40% green. Don't know like how he treats Cheetos. True. He and Cheetos have a very crazy relationship. Yeah, true. Okay, here's what it says. He has a dignified personality, remains composed to no matter the occasion. He makes the most of his natural physique and captivates with his evocative expressions. He's the leader of Melodiras, lead vocalist, overseas performance. He never thought he would be back participating in Mega Stream right after getting back to Japan. No matter where they go and at any moment, let's love each other. This is low-key a sweet dialogue. And here's a comment from Nozomi. He's the leader of Melodiras and someone whom they trust completely. He is noble, pure, and beautiful. It's all because idols just like Juice exist that this world shines bright. Because he loves idols and he loves the fans. Enough with the chatter. Let's introduce ourselves. He strikes me as the type of guy that takes no shit from no one. You know? He's like a very straightforward type of guy, and he is tall. He goes his own way and doesn't care about anything else. He considers himself ordinary and finds those around him in Melodiras to be impressively and exhaustively eccentric. He and Madoka have a weird relationship. Oh yeah, he and Madoka have a very weird relationship. Pulling up the You see Subuki? Yeah. I don't know where he went. You guys can read this paragraph on your own. I'm not gonna read it because my brain is not braining. But I'll keep it on screen for a while. The fact that they added this alcohol thing in moderation. He can drive a car and motorcycle. He said my possession. He used to call Nozomi master and Nozomi calls him Juice. Really? Oh my god. You can call me Palette or Key. Oh, okay. He calls Nozomi master? Really? Dang. His hobby is visiting cafes. He doesn't like pickles on his hamburgers. And he loves hot dogs. August, he's a Leo. His zodiac sign. It's a Leo. He's a connoisseur of tea. He is advised to stay indoors, but he does not care enough to heed this advice. The faded words on his casual outfit appear red. Oh, this is just his casual outfit trivia. Huh. Nozomi calls him my ruler. What? Really? Nozomi said, Mashu, get away from my... What? Get away from my chip! What? Okay, I don't know about that. So no make pickle pounders for Juice. Oh my god, bro. I can't with this group already. Okay. Alright, chat. Where do you think Juice goes? PC bar with a ponytail. I mean, I have a lot to say about Nozomi. We'll get to him in a second, but where do you guys think we should put Juice? The Nozomi lore is crazy. Yeah. %60 red? Really? Oh man, I don't want to put him that high though. 40%. 40% green. Really? Juice is so funny, put him green. Oh my god, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I'm conflicted on this one. 40% green or 50-50. Yeah, I think 50-50. I don't want to put him in. I don't know why, but like he also strikes me as someone who is like stable, you know, like blah blah blah. like in terms of like emotionally, I think he's pretty stable and like he's someone that you can rely on. So I think that kind of qualifies him as a good factor about him, right? Oh man, I don't know. God, he said let's get married. Did he say let's get married to Juice? Really? Wait, Kino, am I hearing this right? So is it canon that Juice and Nozomi are LGBT? Is it canon? Like whoever knows, like is it canon that, you know, they are into men? Feels like a very, you know, if Madoka is haughty, this guy feels arrogant. Juice is arrogant, really? It's a freak, I'll see in his page. I already read Nozomi's page. But so there's a chart relationship. He said let's get married to Juice. Oh my gosh, the fact that they're both into men. Holy shit. He's definitely into Juice, I don't know. Now I don't even know if I should, you know, continue liking Nozomi or not now. Now that you mentioned that. I had no idea about that. Okay, next is Nozomi. I mean, we judged, what do you call it? We judged Izumi based on if he's into, you know, other people besides Makoto, so I think everything says otherwise. So I think with all of them, we can judge them based on that. Nozomi, haughty personality and performs like a queen towards his fans. He's the lead rapper and oversees visuals. Nozomi goes the same way for you as Juice. It's quite an honor for you to have met me. Oh my god. Even when we're here in Japan, we'll show you an exquisite time, but as we always have, just as we always have. Why, if you obey me, I'll pour upon you as much love as you wish. There is no greater joy than that, right? Oh my god. I'm not even gonna say this quote. Mashu says he is their queen. He's kind of like a fussy little kitty and lives in a celeb's house. He'll get mad if he hears that. Even so, Mashu loves Nozomi. Yugari, his personality, it's wild. I mean, I have. Juice describes Nozomi as someone who has no interest in anything and as an insidious and scheming individual. He has a grey morality. While he grew up while mimicking the moral compasses of those around him, he began questioning those morals when he entered his rebellious period in middle school, as he grew aware that right and wrong things were seemingly decided by an inherent common sense. He grew curious about the specifics behind how this common sense functioned. Beginning middle school, he began to conduct social experiments on those around him to satisfy his curiosity. He believes that human beings carefully think through what they believe is right and with logic, and he himself strives to become human. He pursues this with a sense of grandiosity and casts those who live on instinct and majority as animals. Cheetos describes Nozomi as someone who does not do anything unless he deems it necessary. He is able to tell if Nozomi is in a good mood based on if he cares to talk to him or not. Nozomi finds idol work to be easy, with everything going exactly as predicted, and like the stimulation bores him out of his mind, but he pushes through thanks to Juice motivating him. And this is just uses what he uses as a pronoun. He doesn't drink, he has no license, he's very good at reading other people's moods, and he likes manicures. This member, oh wow. This part is a bit creepy. I can't even say this full word. He dislikes mochi and he likes hot, and this is basically wild animal meat, if you guys don't know what this is. This is basically wild animal meat like frog and deer and stuff. Alright. He's such a red flag all the way. Alright, chat. I know a lot of you are gonna put sorry, give me a second. I wonder if my moderator is in right now. Yonchi, if you're there, please type something. But okay, I know you guys really feel like Nozomi belongs in red. Yonchi, please, I need you to type something, girly. Yonchi, please join the conversation. With Yume, it took us, well, 15 months. With Madoka, it's literally just came out. So I can't say full red for now because we know just the crumbs for now. It's like Izumi at his worst basic era. He literally was so mean to Cheetos in the story. So try my best to not judge hard because true. Oh man, I kind of want to say my opinion, but you guys may not like it, so there's some in the story. So technically Madoka was taken by Cheetos in. Then later every story to yourself self-loathing and shitting on himself, and Madoka was like, yeah, you are. That just threw you off. If it's too hard since NU just released, 50-50 is fine. No, it's like, not to sound sappy, but Nozomi is still my favorite, and honestly, even after reading everything about him, like that whole chunk of lore, he is still one of my few favorites. And I do have a reasoning for it, but I don't know if you guys would want to hear it or like would like the reasoning. You guys may think I'm a crazy person if I say it, but I feel like I have to say it because, you know, you guys watch me for a reason, right? And you guys probably want to hear my opinion about it, so. He shares Akito's VA. He's sunny and you like him. People like Izumi is crazy era, to be honest. Yeah, but okay, so Okay, I'm just gonna say what I like about him, alright? So, because honestly, I see a lot of myself in Nozomi. Maybe not the haughty part, but in terms of reading other people's moods and the part where he he believes that human beings carefully think through what they believe is right with logic. I feel myself radiating with that line of text when I read this part of Nozomi's story. And I am a person that, okay, a bit of backstory about how I am is that I'm a person that can really easily adapt myself to other people's emotions so that I can get them to understand what the message I'm trying to bring across to them. So seeing Nozomi having the specialty of reading other people's moods really radiates with me, and I find myself relating to it a lot. And Nozomi has a very grey morality, and he grew up while mimicking the moral compasses of those around him. Honestly, that is not too far off on how I act as well when I was growing up, because when I was growing up, I obviously noticed like the people in my school act differently from each other, and I would think that, I would have to kind of like change my behavior on different people so that, I can appeal to different personality types. So it allows me to really adapt to other people's emotions very easily the more I grew up. And even till this day, I still do what I did last time, where I adapt to people's emotions and I listen to people's opinions and get to know how they're thinking. And to me, that's not a bad trait to have. I mean, Nozomi is very crazy, and he definitely takes pride in himself a lot, but I don't think that's really a bad thing. I mean, that's just my opinion, but yeah. I'm sorry if that doesn't come out, like, if that comes off as weird, but that's how I feel about Nozomi, if that makes sense. I relate to him a lot, in a sense where my behavior is not too different from him. My behavior is very similar to him, minus the haughtiness, minus minus the haughtiness and minus a bit of like the crazy side. But other than that, I find myself relating to him a lot, so and if everyone had the same one, it'll be dull. True. Can't say it's bad. He might turn out great even. We're only one story in for now. They're not even in the game to really judge. True. It's not like we're... Yeah, I know you guys won't. You guys are amazing. It's just that, it is scary to put your opinion on the internet because you don't know how people will react to it. But if you were to ask me, I feel like Nozomi is like, if you get on Nozomi's good side, he'll treat you really well. It's only if he doesn't find you interesting, then he won't take a second glance at you. I think that's how he carries himself forward. So I don't want to say he's a complete red flag. Like a queen or king, yeah. I feel like he only gives like his. I feel like he only he only brings out his sweet side to people who he thinks deserves it. So Ancestry is really scary, yeah. Yeah, that's why if he gets a partner, he would treat them well. He will. So, but of course, to be fair, I cannot deny that, you know, he has a lot of problems with his personality. So he's definitely not like as much of a green flag as like a good chunk of these people, but you know, he definitely has like, you know. For Cheetos, he's yeah, he has potential, but I don't really care. Yeah, so I feel like Nozomi would be sweet because, but he's only sweet to the people he thinks deserve it. You know, I think the difference is, unlike other people, Nozomi, because obviously you would show TLC to people who you care about, right? That's plain and simple. But the difference with Nozomi is like Nozomi would like he would show TLC to his partner, but the difference is he won't have respect for people who he deems is unworthy of his time when it is like a basic thing to show respect to other people. Whether you like them or not, you should respect other human beings no matter what, right? But Nozomi doesn't have that trait, which I think that's what makes him unlikable to people who are sensitive about that kind of thing. So yeah, with Mashu, who he hates apparently, is because he feels somewhat threatening to his and Jui's relationship. He definitely treats that man great, LMAO. Alright, let's read about this chat. He has a cheerful and sociable personality. He has a background in the circus and makes good use of his agility and dexterity, and he's the lead dancer and oversees dance. Mellow hello, aw, it's the one who brings the hype, positivity, and cuteness to Melodiras. Everyone's Mashu-kun. Mashu is totes grateful to meet all you dears. I love this fandom name. All the Mashu like fun will be brought to the mega stream too. So cheer Mashu on, okay? That's cute! Okay, Cheetos. Here's a comment from Cheetos. Are you sure it's okay for me to talk about Mashu? We're close in age, and during off time we hang out a lot, I guess. He's a thoughtful, put together, and cunning kind of guy. Whenever Mashu is around, the mood instantly brightens up. He's the kind of person who can befriend anyone. So I'm a little bit jealous. I could learn a thing or two from that side of him. Aw, Cheetos. He's 23 to 24, and he's a Sagittarius. Okay, hold on guys, I'm gonna look up. Nozomi is a Gemini. Alright. Interesting. Okay. He is described. Okay, we're at Mashu. Yes, he is described. Okay, his quote is "Wanna connect with all our fans." Oh, that's cute. He is described as Jewish to be dependable. He has pride in his unique upbringing and likes to brag. Oh God, his persona for work and how he acts in his private life are strikingly different. His parents worked in a circus. He describes his parents as very ordinary. Oh wow. He considered it natural for himself to have the desire to be a member of the circus troupe since his parents were. But he's also genuinely wanted to join the troupe and make people happy like his father did, as well as like his mother, who's always smiling even if he was looked at strangely. He's their newest member. He has no experience performance out of Melodiras due to the upbringing in the circus. He has experience working with groups and knows how to keep them together. So he's basically like the glue, I guess. So ordinary. His circus troupe was a successful one, and he grew up traveling across the world. He refers to himself as the third person as Oji-san. Oh. He greatly admired older members of the troupe around him, which may be the source behind this. He likes pasta and yakiniku. I don't know what this is. He doesn't like multi-course meals. He likes taking photos and updating social media. This is radiating Cater Diamond for sure. He can memorize choreography in one go, and he has a license for a motorcycle and a car, and he can only tolerate weak alcohol. Huh. This is the part that gets me. I'm not a fan of someone who brags. I know I sound very contradictive to what I just said, because obviously Nozomi brags a lot as well because he holds himself in such high regard, but it's like, for me, Nozomi's bragging is tolerable because it's like, when he brags, he doesn't tend to compare himself to you. From what I see of Nozomi, is like, when Nozomi like takes pride in himself, he kind of just, you know, puts himself on a pedestal. But he does it without stepping on other people, it seems. So I guess that's why his bragging is more tolerable. I don't know. But I don't know. Mashu seems more greenfly, I think. Yeah. I can see chat has gone crazy while I was reading that. He's probably a bit more greener. He seems more socially approachable, understanding, and it probably comes off the fact that he has a bit more respect. True. He did save Cheetos from a try, so it's just already kind of gives me off lots of points. I'm gonna pull out their dialogue. Okay, close enough. Welcome back, Cater Diamond. You have a circus bias now. He feels like Kantaro Misuji, who grew and Cater. Well, it doesn't say that Mashu compares himself to others too. Yeah, that is true. Kind of gives me Merle from Fragaria Memories vibes. If anyone knows him. I do. I know who you're talking about. I love Fragaria Memories. I don't follow it that much, but I know what you're talking about. Like, very positive, but with a darker, serious side. Oh, man. Again, it's very hard to judge them because we know literally nothing. So you have to read the dialogue to kind of understand why you gave bonus points. I'll read the dialogue when I can. Oh. He's definitely the greenest out of all the members. I think so. Okay, chat. I think just for the sake of them, because they're new, I'm gonna put him here, okay? Because I'm trying to rack my brain, but at the same time, it's like, I need to know more about all of them. And I'm speaking from like bias towards Nozomi as well. I really want to know more about him before I make my final judgment whether he is a green flag or not. I'm gonna put him at 50-50. But I would say Mashu is definitely the most green out of all of them so far. In terms of like Meloderas. I mean, this group is meant to be like the rival group, right? Like a bit of like antagonist maybe. If what I'm getting is correct, so. Alright. Alright, chat. I don't know if we should rank the other characters or not. But if anything, we have to rank Cheetos because, you know, he's the last idol in this roster, so. Let's rank Cheetos. New Crazy Bee in a way. Yeah. They strike me as like gonna play a similar role to Crazy Bee when in the beginning of music era story. Cheetos has a bright and gentle personality. The bad quality is him being very bad with his self-confidence. He's a bright and gentle personality. He draws in enthusiastic amounts of attention from fans. He's an all-rounder in Melodiras and oversees visuals. I'm Cheetos Suzura from Melodiras. Did anyone who watched the mega stream perhaps notice I was there? Well, I was trying to lay low after all. From now on, I'll be participating in this program as an idol. Have high hopes that I'll do well, okay? Then Juice. Suzura is the oldest member and our visual lead. I had no clue he was already participating in the mega stream as an assistant director. Well, thanks to that, he became our contact point with the ES idols, so it's a good outcome. Suzura is a positive guy who boldly takes on any challenge. He likes pudding! And he doesn't like onions and I think this is cilantro. And he loves watching movies. He can play by ear. Ooh. License is car and motorcycle. He's not confident in driving though. And he likes sweet cocktails. He has the overflowing talent of a child, but lacks any talent as an adult. He is a good person, but lacks social skills on an incredible degree. He tends to act avoidant, like nothing has to do with him and he doesn't know or understand the events around him. And it is uneasy when Juice or Nozomi try to include him. He is humble and has low self-esteem, and is plagued by feelings of helplessness and inadequacy. He is a very harsh critic of himself, excessively so, and conversations with him tend to quickly turn into self-deprecation. Forgive my reading, chat. I'm doing my best. I am a little bit dyslexic, but yeah. On stage, he sells himself as a bright and innocent character, but off stage, he tends to be very negative, regretting whatever mistakes he made during performances. He has a habit of taking on extra work and part-time jobs despite being an idol, because he feels that he doesn't know when he will be let go from his job as an idol. He wants to be useful to someone, but does not find himself capable of that. Then this was his original teaser announcement. He has a Japanese accent when speaking English. Nozomi thinks that it's noble of Cheetos for being honest about his incompetency, rather than trying to pretend that he is competent for like the rest of society. Oh my god. He's definitely like the greenest of them all. He's just like me for real, yeah. Why is Happy calling me out? He's kind of reminds me of basic era Sumugi a little bit, yeah. Like to the point of critical bad, yeah. His self-deprecation is definitely something that needs to be looked at. Oh my god, my brain. Although I would say it's refreshing to have a group whose members hate each other. Alright chat, before we put Cheetos in the spot, you guys can sound out your opinions right now. Now that we read their personalities and stuff. Another game that I also play, unfortunately this game that I'm about to mention, I cannot stream it. The reasoning is because there is this game that I'm about to mention is rated 16 and up. And there is dialogue in this game that YouTube will not take kindly to, okay? So if anything, I would probably record videos about it, but I won't stream it just in case there is like those dialogues and I need to censor them out. But the game I'm talking about is Ikemen Prince and Ikemen Villain from the company Cybert. I think that's the name company? Cybert? Yeah. Those two games are two otome games I play. They're super fun. I love the writing. I love the characters. And that's probably another reason why I kind of feel attracted to Melodiras, because in those stories, in those otome games, the characters' personalities are much more extreme than Ensemble Stars. Because in those stories, it's set in a more back in time type of time zone where like it's pre-cell phone, pre like the transportation is carriages and stuff, so you can tell it's very like olden time type of vibe. So every character in those games are much more intense, and their personality is much more extreme. So seeing Melodiras with such extreme type personalities and very passionate personalities, and low-key a little bit more like a little bit more of like mean. I don't want to say it's mean, but it's like personalities that is less subtle. I think that's why I find it attractive. I don't know, like that's what I think. But I am a fan of both of those games. If I stream them, it will probably be something very subtle. I probably cannot stream too much because, you know, the dialogue in that game can get very suggestive, so yeah. You can put it in 60 to 75. I think so. 60 or 75. I'll put him in 60. The thing about Cheetos is that his lack of self-esteem is what holds him back. But at the same time, it's like his partner can help him with it. Can they completely fix him? Probably. Like, I believe that they can, but his is like by far the worst self-esteem in terms of like how he carries himself forward. So but honestly, chat, is very revolutionary that I like Nozomi, who is clearly most likely a character who's into men. I'm like, cause this is probably the first time I like a fictional character who likes men. It's one of the first time I like a fictional male character who's into men, I think. Oh god. I don't know how to feel about that. It'll take a lot of work from both sides. Yeah, it would. I don't even know how to feel about it right now. Oh my god, the let's get married thing is crazy. I have to find that picture now. I'm very curious where that picture is. I'll be scouring Twitter about that. Alright, chat. I'm gonna be for real right now. It's 2 AM right now for me. So I think we'll have to end stream off here. So just one final look at the tier list really quick. So we won't be ranking these guys. I'm so sorry, but unfortunately, I think we spent a little bit too much time. But yeah. But hopefully it's been fun regardless. Hopefully I can get everyone in one shot. If not, I'll probably have to... Considering Enstars has a lot of stuff like that, it's okay. Yeah. I'm trying to... I know you cannot see Esu, Sora, and Arashi, so... Okay, so if that's the case, I'm going to split the tier list in half. Okay, so we'll... Okay, you guys can see the top first. You may being the only full red, yeah. Ritsulas kept saying let's get married to Mao. Mao never disagreed, so does Miniki and Rainy Man. That is true! That is true. Yeah. So at the end of the day, we should probably take what they say with a grain of salt. So, cause we'll never know until they actually get married or like get into an official relationship, right? So it's not legal here yet. That is true. Yeah. So that is the first 4. Okay, and then we have the bottom, the green flags down here. Yeah, feel free to take your screenshots, chat. Yeah, they said it like that helped. Yeah. Regardless, I hope you guys had a good time tier listing with me. Tomorrow will be more N-star farming for Hiyori. The new Hiyori event is taking a toll on me, man. I'm so tired. It's been a while since I played Enstars to this much of a degree, but you know, it's gonna be worth it. You managed to get Sugi into 75% green, you're happy. You made a... That's the thing, it's like, you guys have very good arguments. For sure. Kaku is full green, you're very happy. Yeah. I think when it comes to tier lists like these, it is honestly just very fun because like I know most people do tier lists and they do tier lists in video so they cannot live chat with people. So being able to live chat with you guys is very fun. One of the reasons why I love streaming so much. So Midori is full green, is your favorite. Aww. Yeah. But I can't wait to find out more about Melodiras for sure. It is very fun, so I hope you guys will stay tuned for more tier lists because tier list is definitely my favorite style of streaming. So I'll definitely come up with more streaming like this. Like in terms of like tier lists, because I have a lot of ideas where we can rank them and you can give your opinions because my moderator can tell you, I don't know if she's in right now, but my mod can tell you that the amount of stuff and stories I come up with for our fan fictions together, it's beyond like comprehensible, I guess. Yeah, it's wild. My imagination goes really wild, so pulled out Mitsuru and Rini, drag Ibuki down, and I call myself Crazy Ibuki P. Yeah. Yonchi. What do you mean? Yeah, it is a lot. Okay, I know. Also, Yonchi, we have to talk about Melodiras after the stream. Cause oh my goodness. But I'm pretty sure you heard what my chat said about Juice and Nozomi's relationship. Cause it doesn't seem too different from Ritsu's relationship with Mao and Nikki's relationship with Rini, where they say they want to get married and stuff, so yeah. It's fine. Or tier list in general, really. Yeah, tier list is fun. I have considered, before I end stream chat, I have considered like the next tier list that's Ensemble Stars related, where is a tier list where we rank every single song. But I'm gonna be for real. For that, we're gonna need the stream to start very early, so I don't know how soon that will be. But one thing that's guaranteed is like, you know, like maybe you can expect an N-Star stream like quite frequently on this channel because that's all I like to talk about. Tier lists are good when to hear other people's opinion. We have to make true streams for that. I mean, we were able to squeeze out one stream for the card, so we'll probably be able to squeeze out one stream for the songs too. But we're probably gonna have to like go off of memory, cause I definitely cannot like turn on the music and like play it. Songs are a lot. Oh yeah, songs are a lot. Alright chat, I do want to ask your opinion on this. This is not gonna, because I can see that I have a growing community and I'm very, very appreciative of that. Thank you all so much. But one thing I do want to ask your opinions of, since it is off the top of my head, is okay. I am not gonna show it on stream because it is a I think some of you have seen it in a previous stream where I show the wallpaper I commissioned my artist, my amazing artist, the one who made my overlays and model. Her link is in my description, by the way. I commissioned her to help me do a wallpaper of me and Natsume, which is this character right here, Natsume from Enstars, and I loved it very much. How about ranking solos? We can do that. We can do that. Don't worry. And I'm gonna be honest. I am planning to ask her to commission another, like, picture for me. And I want it to be of my character, my VTuber model, with a different Ensemble Stars character. And I'll maybe put it as my, I don't know, I can put it as my YouTube banner, I can put it as my profile, I can put it as my schedule art. So, alright chat. Take a look at my VTuber model right now, as you see her, right? I'll move around a bit just so you can see her. If you want to see her full body, you can go to my debut stream. That's why I show off the full body. And you can see her full body on my intro and outro screen too. But if you guys were to see me, if you guys were to see my VTuber with any of these characters, who would it be? Maybe me and Esu, since I said he's my favorite. He is my favorite, but wouldn't that be a bit too obvious? This is just an open conversation chat. It's not official yet because I haven't actually spoken to my artist about this. It's just like, I have like hinted at her that I wanted another artwork, but it's not planned out yet because I do need to schedule time to talk to her about it, and also obviously commissions, you know, need money. Esu, the colors match, really? You know I want to say Nozumi. With the design, all you're getting is Esu Puri. I mean, I didn't design my character with Esu Puri in mind. A mirroring one. That's the thing. Okay, for all of you who are not in previous streams with us, Kino mentioned that I look like Nozomi. Like, okay, I'm gonna get a picture of him. Kino said that I am like Hajime. Yeah, Kino said I'm Nozomi's my evil twin. Which is weird because I see Nozomi as a love interest. So that is very weird, but Hajime ma. I think you look good with Hajime. Oh, chat, I don't know. To prevent a lot of work from my artist, I definitely want it to be only one character with my YouTube VTuber persona. But I just don't know the color swap twin Nozomi with you. But y'all are mentioning my favorite characters. That's so sweet. Hajime or Esu. Really? Because long hair and the similar hair. Yeah. Because Nozomi's ponytail is on the other side of his head compared to mine. You think Nozomi? Also thinking Hajime or Esu? Everyone is thinking Hajime or Esu. That's so cute. Alright, chat. I don't know when the artwork will come out. I mean, it will come out someday for sure. You'll probably see on my Twitter or my YouTube post or something, but yeah. But I have a lot of plans to kind of evolve my channel a bit because, you know, I am getting comfortable with streaming. It's been a month since I started, so yeah. But it's like a lot of people are saying Hajime. Oh, that's so sweet of you guys. But I think for now my top pick is Nozomi just for the twin factor. I don't know, because I don't know if you guys have seen those it's not a meme, but like, I don't know if you guys have seen those like YouTube videos or TikTok videos where you're supposed to guess if in the picture the pair that you see are dating or are siblings. I remember that was like a thing way back when. There was like this thing going around on TikTok where like they show you a picture of like two people and you have to guess whether or not they're dating or are they siblings. And I feel like that would be a vibe for me and Nozomi, to be honest. So I don't know. That's just the vibe I'm getting. So right now, my top picks are definitely Esu, Hajime, and Nozomi, I think. To pick between the three of them. Unfortunately, I probably won't be doing Natsume again because Natsume already has a, you know, a wallpaper with me. Maybe one day I'll show the wallpaper, I'm not too sure, but yeah. But thank you guys, thank you. And I don't know why, Kino, but I still think that you're the only one that thinks Nozomi is my evil twin. But hey, it's fun, so it is very fun. You promise you won't ever say that joke because of that TikTok trend? I really hope not, because as much of an asshole Nozomi is, I still view him as a love interest. I do. I genuinely do still see him as a love interest because I don't know. It's the darker vibes and similar looks. True. But to be fair, my eye shape is very different from his. My eye shape is a lot bigger than his. But but I can get the vibe as well. The eye color is the main difference though, I think. But I'm so glad so many of you like my VTuber model because I did work very hard in designing her with my artist, so yeah, I'm very glad it turned out the way it did. It's very worth it for sure. But at the end of the day, you know, like when the artwork is done, I'll definitely show you guys, cause yeah. But if anything, I'll actually put out a poll when I start discussing it with my artist, cause that'll be funny. So I think that's about it for today's stream, everybody. It is 2:30 in the morning. I am tired. And oh, low-key, my brain is a little bit like glitching out. Like my brain is like slowly mellowing out. No pun intended. I know it's Melodira, so it's like my brain is slowly mellowing out of like the activeness, and the juice is like running out my fuel. So, but thank you all so much, honestly. Like, I thank you. You dropped your sub button. Thank you so much. To those people who sub from this stream, thank you. It means the world to me because streaming is my favorite thing to do. And I'm glad that I'm able to make streams that make you guys happy. And yeah. Hope to see me in the future. You can see my schedule. I put out my schedule every Monday. But I can tell you right now, for those of you who want to continue following me on my streams, I stream every Saturday and Sunday and an additional weekday. So the guaranteed streams is on Saturday and Sunday and one additional weekday. I can't guarantee which weekday, but yeah, if you want a guaranteed stream, it's on the weekends. But if you want to see which weekday I'm streaming, just look at the schedule. And the schedule has the time and the time zone, so you can allocate to your own time zone. Yeah. But thank you so much for everyone who dropped by this stream. It means the world to me, for real. And I really hope you guys had fun, for real. And for all you Twisted Wonderland fans, stay tuned for next Saturday. I can guarantee you next Saturday's stream will be about Twisted Wonderland. That's probably the stream that will replace the normal tier list stream that I do on Saturday when I play Twisted Wonderland, since I have to play Ensemble Stars every Sunday. So, hope to see you guys there. Thank you all so much, and good night! Yeah! Bye, everybody! I really hope to see you all next time, for real. Bye-bye, good night, and rest well for everyone who is nighttime right now.